consequences.
What?
If you go and click up.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the July 14th, 2022 meeting of the Boulder City Council, the first Thursday meeting in recorded history. So thanks, everyone, for following along with us from Tuesdays to Thursdays. We're going to start off with a couple of announcements before we go to roll call. So if we can launch into those, please. All right, COVID-19 testing and vaccinations. So for information and provider locations for free COVID-19 testing, you go to www.boco.org/COVID testing. The Boulder site is 2445 Stasio Drive. It's open 7 days a week, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. And for vaccine information and provider locations, go to www.boco.org/COVID vaccine. Next announcement. This is about zero fare for better air. So during the entire month of August, RTD will offer zero fares across its system. This collaborative statewide initiative was made possible by Colorado Senate Bill 22180 in partnership with the Colorado Energy Office, and it's designed to reduce ground level ozone by increasing use of public transit. So current RTD customers will also benefit, as you will not have to use or purchase fare products during the entire month of August during Colorado's high ozone season. So by taking advantage of free transit in August, you can save money on gas and parking, avoid the frustration of driving traffic, help improve air quality by reducing single occupant vehicle traffic, and use your commute to catch up on work, listen to music, or read a book. So for more information, please visit RTD's site at www.rtd-denver.com/zerofare. And then one more personal announcement here. I'll say Council Member Tara Weiner, her daughter is in labor tonight. Congratulations in advance, Tara, to you and your family. But Tara will need to pop in and out, so everyone can be aware of that. And Tara, we're all sending you best wishes. Okay, Alicia, can we go to the roll call, please? Call to order, or I'll call the meeting. I will call the meeting to order. And Alicia, I'll turn it to you for a roll call.
All right, so getting back in the swing, right? Good evening, everyone. We'll start this evening with Councilmember Benjamin.
Present.
Mayor Brockett.
Present.
Councilmember Folkerts.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Friend.
Here.
Councilmember Joseph.
Present.
Spear.
Present.
Wallach.
Here.
Weiner.
Here.
And Yates.
I'm here.
Mayor, we have our quorum.
Thanks so much. So can we move to the consent agenda, please?
Yes, sir. The consent agenda is item 2 on tonight's agenda, and it includes items A through J. Great.
And I'll just actually note before I do any further, this is a special meeting tonight. It's not one of our regular business meetings, so we are not holding open comment, if anyone was wondering about that. We will hold open comment at our regular business meeting next week. Now on the consent agenda, any questions or comments from any council members? Or motion? Mark, do I see a hand?
Yeah, I don't have it in front of me, which I'm very disorganized, but I will be voting no on the library district aspect of the consent agenda.
Just to be clear, I believe that's item 2E. Is that right?
2E or 3E, I'm not quite sure.
It's 2E.
All right, that is the one.
2E or not 2E was the question, but we got an answer. So, Rachel.
Do you still need a motion to pass the consent agenda? If so, so moved.
Second.
All right, we've got a motion and a second. Alicia, I believe this is a roll call.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. We will start the roll call with Councilmember Spear.
Yes.
Wallach,
Yes, with the exception of 2B.
2E.
Sorry, a minute. Is it 2E or B?
It's 2E.
2E then.
All right. Thank you, sir. Councilmember Weiner.
Yes, with the exception of 2E. That's the library district, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Councilmember Yates.
Yes, with the exception of item 2E.
Councilmember Benjamin.
Yes.
Mayor Brockett.
Yes.
Councilmember Folkerts.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Friend.
Yes.
Councilmember Joseph.
Yes.
Our consent agenda items A through J passed with the 3 noted exceptions of 2E no votes unanimously.
All right, thanks so much, everyone. Now we have a call-up, check-in.
Yes, sir. Our call-up check-ins tonight are item 3. Item 3A is the vacation of a utility drainage and ditch easement at 3100 Sterling Drive that is referenced under ADR 2021-00130.
Any interest in calling this one up? Some shaking heads, so doesn't look like it. There you go.
All right, our next item is item number 5 on tonight's agenda, matters from the city manager. 5A is the Community, Culture, Resilience, and Safety Tax Community Nonprofit Grant Structure.
Very good, Neri, can we turn to you for this one?
Sure, and I know that we've got a lot of things to discuss today, so I won't talk a lot, except that I really wanted to highlight all the work. Our finance team has been phenomenal in really doing so much work, this and the budget moving forward. And I just appreciate all the insight they've provided. I'll ask Cara, I don't know if you want to kick that off or if we're just going straight to Mark, which I'm happy to do as well. Mark, looks like it's you. Oh.
See Cara there. Give her a chance.
I apologize. I had a hard time getting my button to work, but I apologize that I'll do a quick handoff because I know time is of the essence, but I just also want to thank Mark and Charlotte and their internal team that they put together to develop this recommendation for council. So I'll hand it over to Mark.
Thanks, Cara and Nuria. Good evening, council. Good to be with you tonight. We're excited to present this item. We're lifting up a bunch of great work of an internal staff group that we'll talk a little bit more about. We've been working on this for the last several months, ever since the community entrusted us with the extension of the Community Culture, Resilience, and Safety Tax. So if you give me a sec, I will begin to share my screen. In the meantime, I'll hand it off to Charlotte Husky. She's our principal budget analyst and has been doing awesome work in facilitating our staff group, and she'll be doing the first part of the presentation. As soon as I properly share my screen. All right, Charlotte, you can take it away.
Great. Thanks, Mark. Hi, everyone. My name is Charlotte Husky. I'm a principal budget analyst with a budget office here with the City of Boulder, and we're excited to be sharing the Community Culture, Resilience, and Safety Tax Grant Framework with you tonight. Our agenda, we'll be walking through a brief history of the CCS, the Community Culture and Safety Tax, as well as the 2021 renewal, as well as sharing the development and implementation process that we've been through so far since the 2021 renewal, including the steering committee and nonprofit stakeholder focus group sessions, and then dive into details of the grant program framework that we'll share with you this evening, and then finally pose some questions for council at the end. So to share a brief history of the Community Culture and Safety Tax, the CCS tax, this was first approved by voters in 2014, and it is the city's main funding mechanism to support efforts to address unfunded capital infrastructure needs for the city. Voters approved of this tax in 2014 for a 3-year cycle going through 2017. This generated approximately $27 million in revenue over the 3 years and funded 13 projects with the first cycle of the tax, funding a mixture of both city and community nonprofit projects. And specifically with the CCS1, we funded 2 community nonprofit projects. For CCS2, voters approved of an extension for 4 years. This generated approximately 42 million, over the 4 years, with 31 million allocated to city projects and 7.9 million for 7 nonprofit projects. Next slide. Last year, voters approved of a renewal of the tax in November of 2021, and we renamed the tax Community Culture Resilience and Safety Tax, so CCRS, after the renewal of the tax. This was the renewal of the 0.3 dedicated sales and use tax extended for 15 years through 2036. Voters also approved debt authorization for up to 110 million, providing us more flexibility with our dollars and the revenue that comes in. Suggested projects, city projects listed on the ballot included a list of projects. This is an example here, including transportation, maintenance projects, road and multimodal path projects, and completing Fire Station 3. And just to highlight on the ballot language relating to the nonprofit portion of the tax, there's language that stated using up to 10% of the tax revenue to fund a grant pool for nonprofit organizations serving the people of Boulder. And so this is the framework that we'll be talking to you about tonight. So really highlighting here and that we formed an internal steering committee to, after the renewal of the tax last fall, and built upon the work that had been done with the community and staff leading up to the renewal. And so leading up to the tax extension renewal in November, we performed several engagement sessions with the community, this included the bullets here, highlights of the feedback that we heard from community. And this included supporting capital planning grants and not only capital construction projects, to fund transformational investments, as well as smaller capital projects for organizations with smaller needs, supporting projects that have a broad reach to support the entire community, enhancing flexibility in the grant administration process, and then to ensure transparency and decision-making within the decision-making process. So the internal process since the renewal of the tax in last November, we formed an internal staff team consisting of the Equity Office, Housing and Human Services, Arts and Culture Office, Community Vitality and Finance, and really want to thank those members that participated in helping us draft the grant structure tonight. So just want to thank the team, Ana Silvia Avedaño Curiel and Elizabeth Crow, Matt Shazansky, Joel Wagner, and Teresa Pinkall for their time helping us develop this grant structure. We formed an internal staff committee and started looking at prior processes, the feedback that we heard from our engagement sessions in mid-2021 leading up to the tax extension, as well as performed additional outreach. We facilitated nonprofit focus group sessions earlier this year to hear from the nonprofit stakeholders. This input was instrumental in helping us draft the grant structure that we developed and presented to the Financial Strategy Committee a couple weeks ago and to Council tonight. After the review of this framework that we're presenting, we will then go back and develop detailed program design and implementation of the criteria of the framework that we're presenting. The internal steering committee, our internal staff steering committee, built upon the community and council criteria of goals that aligned with nonprofit funding. These goals were developed leading up to the tax extension last year. And so our committee built upon these goals, specifically highlighting the second bullet here that we added in as an intended outcome of this funding, with the intent to maintain a healthy, stable, and financially sustainable nonprofit base within Boulder, providing services to the community. We hosted a handful of nonprofit focus group sessions, and this really informed the framework that we developed that we'll be sharing. Again, thanking the staff from our internal steering committee, the Equity, HHS, Arts and Culture and Finance staff that helped to host these and invited our nonprofit community members to participate in these focus group sessions. We focused on small and medium nonprofit organizations that were not necessarily engaged in previous processes. We hosted 2 sessions with over 15 representatives from 12 organizations across the community that participated to provide feedback. And this feedback was very informative to help inform this structure that we're presenting. To highlight some of the themes that we heard across the focus group sessions, we can characterize them really in 3 themes. So the first theme is grant accessibility and technical assistance. The second is collaboration opportunities. And the third is flexibility and value. Under grant accessibility and technical assistance, really the highlight that we heard from nonprofit stakeholders is that there are many barriers to obtaining grants and being able to take advantage of grant opportunities. And so they shared with us these barriers included anything ranging from technology, capacity, resources. And so this was something that was preventing them from being able to obtain those grants and funding opportunities to help them move their nonprofit forward. We heard from many of the nonprofits in the focus groups that they had affordable commercial space challenges, and as well as highlighting the outreach and clarity that's needed for the goals of the program. And again, just stressing the technical assistance that we heard during those focus group sessions is a key factor for success within their nonprofit organization. The second theme that we heard during these focus group sessions were collaboration opportunities. So they shared with us that they are interested in problem solving with other organizations, with looking potentially to partner with other organizations. They also shared with us they are really supportive of working with city staff and really enjoy the partnership opportunities that current city staff provide. And so we heard a lot of great feedback from the nonprofit community of the city staff, particularly the grant managers in HHS and the Arts and Culture office. In addition, we heard for addressing gaps in community serving facilities, so activity centers, and really being able to partner together to be able to come together in a space and provide community services within the same facility. The third theme is flexibility and value. So this was another theme that we heard of the size of grants could be scaled to the organization size. So it could be, we heard a range of size of grants that would be meaningful. It could be 10% of the operating budget. It could be 50,000 to 250,000, were the range of dollar amounts that might be meaningful to these nonprofit organizations. We also heard that there should be different types of grants available and flexibility within the types of grants to invite participation across many different types of the organizations, as well as the flexibility to explore partnerships and other funding sources as well to support the grants they're seeking. So now I think I'll hand it off to Mark to continue with the grant framework.
Yeah, thanks, Charlotte. So I'm going to shift gears a little bit and walk through kind of slowly the different grant structures, and then we'll pause at the end here for questions. So knowing that trying a little bit of different approach here, so trying to go through this intentionally tonight. So just starting out on outlining the different types. There's 3 different types of, as we've mentioned. The first is related to capacity building, planning, and capital investments. So this will be a more intentional approach in inviting organizations in and providing wraparound services that I'll explain in more detail. The second is more of a direct capital investment. So this would operate like your traditional grants that you think of, like the previous CCS processes, where there would be a specific project, you'd apply for the grant and receive that funding directly. So a little bit more straightforward. And then type 3, related to that last piece that Charlotte was alluding to, this community facility need and how we might address that in a little bit unique type of way. So those are the 3 types that we'll walk through. Again, trying to design a program that recognizes the varied need across many different types of organizations. So I'll refer to this table a few times, as the Financial Strategy Committee members that have heard this know, but I think it's helpful in seeing each of these 3 in the same table. And so I'll show this at the beginning of the explanation here and at the end. So starting with type 1, the capacity building, planning, and investments, what we're attempting to do here is provide those wraparound services around our nonprofit organizations that need technical assistance to really identify their space needs. What we're envisioning for this is, you'll hear me refer to a cohort. Essentially, we'll be inviting applications to apply to the program in this type 1. Those accepted organizations would be provided that technical assistance, and I'll kind of demonstrate what that process might look like. But that cycle will be once every 5 years or so, and you'll see the cycle and the recommended maximum funding. These are supposed to be thresholds. We might be able to move a little faster in a grant cycle or slower, depending on the scale of the grants. Certainly inviting council feedback on kind of that recommended max level as well. We can talk about whether or not that's a firm number or something that we can revisit as we get into the more detailed grant criteria development, which we'll talk about a little bit later. So type 1 is the cohort model, inviting organizations in, providing technical assistance, and eventually connecting to capital funding. Type 2 is that more traditional direct capital investment. So this would be for specific projects identified in an application process, evaluated, and then direct funds go out. Imagining that we're doing this every couple of years or so, and setting aside, again, in the total 15-year time horizon of CCRS, about $8 million in that area. And then lastly, with community facilities, which I'll explain in a little bit more detail, this would be focused on the feasibility and the planning. So that's why it's a much less dollar amount that we're envisioning out of the CCRS 10% nonprofit, that if there is an identified project in this area, we'd be connecting to potentially other capital dollars. So that's why you see a less of a threshold there. So that doesn't make a ton of sense. That's okay, because I'm going to go through these individually now with a bit more detail, give a couple examples, and then come back to this table, and then we'll be done. So back to type 1, capacity building, planning, capital investments. So this is intended to be an open, competitive process for program participation at the beginning. So we would be doing some degree of outreach to make sure organizations were aware of this opportunity. We would be invited to apply. There would be a competitive process to be entered into the program. Accepted organizations into this cohort would initially receive those wraparound services such as technical assistance or other capacity building services. So some examples of that may be strategic planning, business planning, looking at organizational development, board development, some of those items that put organizations in a really good space to be able to identify their long-term affordable commercial space needs. We're anticipating that first phase would include some dollars, some capacity grants as we're envisioning. Again, just recognizing that it's really hard for some organizations to be able to invest a ton of time in a room without something of value. And so certainly there's value in the technical assistance, but we also heard that feedback throughout the focus groups that grant dollars, that cash, the flexible cash is important even early in a process. And then the idea is to, with some technical assistance partners, be able to assess each organization's individual needs and develop an approach for each. And that might mean capital planning or eventually a capital investment. So this would be really intentional that we're inviting organizations into this type 1 grant. They're participating through this process. They're gaining value from the process itself, but then they're connected to the right plan for long-term capital investment that will keep them in Boulder, right, from a space perspective. And so that might mean capital investment. It might mean partnering with a group of organizations on a capital investment, or there might be another solution. It might be a solution through their landlord on a long-term lease arrangement that is affordable and meets their needs. And so a capital investment may not be necessary, but they've gained some value from this approach in the beginning. This number is an estimate. We don't know until we do that outreach and really engage with organizations that may be interested in this type of grant. We're thinking somewhere in the ballpark of 10 to 15, a number that's manageable, that we can make sure that there's value in each for each organization, but also cast as wide a net as possible. And then again, we'll set specific criteria after we hear council feedback this evening, but we're imagining that this is generally for organizations who are in that area that need the technical or capacity assistance to define their needs. Some may not be in that space, and that's why we have these other grant types. So just to outline and process, I know everybody's mind works different ways. So this would be an example of how this process works. After this meeting, we would develop specific grant criteria. Council would approve that criteria. We would then open up applications in a parallel way. We would be conducting outreach to organizations, making sure that's an open, competitive process to be in the grant program, in this type 1 grant program. Once you're in, that cohort would be assessed for technical assistance needs, connected to those free services, have access to those capacity grants. Through that process, we would be identifying need with some technical assistance third-party partners that would help identify the right plan for each organization, which may involve some capital grants. So again, the importance of setting aside a target number for what would be available in this type 1 is that we don't want organizations to come in, invest their time and energy in a plan for long-term capital investment, and then not be able to provide dollars at the back end, right? So that's why some of the planning grants Some of the capacity grants may be smaller at the beginning. The idea is to get these organizations prepared for a larger capital investment a little bit later into the process. Okay, shifting gears to type 2, a little bit more straightforward. Competitive grant process, nonprofits would be invited to apply for specific projects at existing facilities. So the idea is that, and again, this is something that we can further define through specific criteria. So certainly an area that we're inviting feedback on. We're generally thinking that these would fall under capital maintenance or enhancement categories that are well defined. So one example may be you're in an older building, you need to replace your HVAC system. You don't have the capital outlay to do that, so you would apply for that specific project. Another thought is to prioritize projects that would help decrease overall operating costs. So while these dollars aren't for operations per se, they're really focused on kind of that long-term capital investment. How could we support projects like reinstalling new energy efficient windows to lower energy bills, or reduce existing debt on capital projects, things that could help with long-term sustainability for the organization. And then this was specific feedback from the Financial Strategy Committee, is to really ensure that small nonprofits are not competing against large nonprofits in this area, that they typically will be looking at different size of grants. And so we certainly could develop a different process based on the size of the organization, and that matches some of the feedback that we've heard in our various different engagements. And then again, we're imagining that we don't do this every year, but perhaps every other. So again, I'll go quickly because I think this is pretty straightforward, but we developed the grant criteria. After this, that will be approved by council. Then we'll open for applications, evaluate those applications, and the dollars will go out the door. So a little bit more straightforward in this type. All right, and the last is, I'll acknowledge is a bit more nebulous, but I will do my best to explain what we mean by these type 3 community facility grants. So we heard this strongly in our most recent focus groups, that there are certain needs for community serving services or activities that organizations are interested in working together to try and move forward on. So again, an example that came up was a teen center. Could there be a space where we're providing space for teens at night or on the weekends to just have a safe place to go and hang out? And maybe there's some related services, some nonprofit organizations that have space within the facility. That's an interesting idea. How might we move forward on that? Another idea that came up was a specific center for nonprofits. And so we were very interested in trying to address these ideas in a way through this CCRS. So what we're imagining is that this would be an investment in a partnership with city staff, acknowledging that some of these ideas may not be fully fleshed out, but might be really good ideas and in need of some incubation. And so with that, we would provide some planning or feasibility dollars in partnership with nonprofits for a particular idea, and begin to try and coalesce around an idea or ideas in the community facility realm. And depending on the type of facility or partnership, there may be different financing options, right? So it might not be CCRS nonprofit dollars. We could look at CCRS general capital if that's appropriate. If it's a public serving facility, we could look at other types of partnerships where we bring in foundational or other philanthropic support. So it certainly depends on the concept, but that's the type of thing that we would like to work on with the community. And as I mentioned, CCRS capital could be appropriate depending on the type of project. And so acknowledging a little bit more of the chaos in the type 3 approach here, but essentially we know there's some really good ideas out there, and there are true needs for these community serving facilities. And so we would have some type of formal or informal process to invite those ideas in to further develop with city staff so that we can coalesce them into ideas that could be studied. And so that's kind of that represented by that 1, 2, and 3 is we get to the point where we have a handful of projects that could receive some dollars for feasibility or capital planning. That could be through the city, depending on the nonprofits. It could be to the nonprofits to do the feasibility on their own. That could be very flexible. And then again, we go through that process, and maybe this project 3 has been determined to be not only feasible as a true community need. It's something we can reasonably develop. They've completed some capital planning through the CCRS nonprofit dollars, and they're ripe for that capital investment. And we would be working with them on what that capital investment strategy looks like. So again, a little bit, it's not as straightforward, but it does address a need that we have heard, and it invites that partnership opportunity that we think is really important for long-term success to identify and fill some of these gaps. All right, and then the table again, so you can see the 3 different types. Here, type 1, that capacity building into capital planning, that cohort model, a little bit longer grant cycle to make sure that organizations are ready for that capital investment, that we're picking the right approach based on the need. Type 2, direct capital investment, again, the more straightforward. We have a need, here it is, here's the amount, and there's the grant for it. And then this more of a feasibility planning type of grant in the community facility realm in type 3. And so just a couple quick slides here. We had a really good discussion with Financial Strategy Committee about what we're really asking council to do in this grant process. We know that you've played different roles in different grant processes at different times. And so what we're asking council to do this evening, as you did originally, is recommend goals of the tax renewal. That was informative to get us to this point. Now you're reviewing the potential grant structure here. So feedback on that grant structure and confirming the goals of the program. We'll then go design the specific approach and the criteria, which you will review and approve. We will then set up a process and hopefully some additional staff assistance to help us with evaluation through the different types, make those grant determinations, and notify council. So you're not in the position of formally approving the grants, but you're heavily involved in this process of creating, of approving the structure and then approving of the specific grant criteria before the program launches. All right, recommended next steps, and then I'm done, is first, upon a nod here this evening, we need some help. I know a couple of you have pointed out, rightly so, that how could staff do this at this moment, given capacity that we've been talking about? We would hire an additional staff resource. That would be our first step, is to develop a job description and recruit, hopefully rather quickly, to help with the development of the program. We would move in a similar time frame to identify third-party technical assistance partners, issue some type of request for qualifications or information, so that we have potentially multiple third-party technical assistance partners ready to go when we are ready for that type 1 grant. We would design specific evaluation criteria. So given that we have a little bit different cadence with the cycles, our goal would be to do intentional evaluation of each type, so that if something wasn't working as intended, we could change, and we could bring that data back to council and say, hey, we need to make some tweaks around this type 3 or this type 1 in these ways. And so that would be really intentional and something we would bring back as a part of the criteria design. As I've mentioned several times, this is not where we're recommending specific criteria. We'll hear a bit of feedback tonight, develop that specific criteria, and council will have a chance to approve of that criteria for each grant type later this year. And again, as I mentioned, we'll need to do some additional outreach to organizations that could help inform the criteria development. It can also help gain awareness of the different options here. Given that we're trying many different approaches to address many different needs, it'll be really important to be clear about which type is available when, and the why behind a little bit more complicated approach to providing these grant dollars. All right, that is the end for us. We do have 3 questions for council. First on those different type of grants, then on the framework for implementation and evaluation, and then last on the timeline and that role of council in improving that final criteria. And I will stop sharing and yield to Mayor Brockett.
All right, thanks so much for that, Mark. Appreciate the presentation, all the information, all the work that you all have done to get us to this point. Let's start with questions for city staff, and then we can go on to answering the questions that they asked us. So I've got 2 so far, Bob and Mark.
Thanks. I will start with questions, and I'll save my comments or answering questions till later. 2 questions for first of all, Charlotte and Mark, thanks so much for that great presentation. That was really helpful. 2 questions for you guys. One is, it sounded to me, Mark, like when you were describing type 1, some of the grant recipients in that cohort could potentially, in addition to receiving advice and counsel and planning assistance and the wraparound services you described, could also potentially, if that planning was successful, receive some capital investment from the city fund. Did I understand that correctly? That could be part of type 1?
That's correct.
Could an alternative model be that planning and assistance and wraparound services and so on and so forth be type 1, but then that organization, if that planning bore fruit and it looked like it was going to be a project that was worthwhile to pursue, that then could apply for a direct grant under type 2? I get the efficiency of having a one application, but some I have to believe that among the 10 or 15 grant recipients per cycle, that some are going to be successful and some are not going to be successful. In other words, you may take 10 on board and 6 of them at the end of the planning cycle may look really, really great, and those then could move on to maybe potentially some direct capital investments, and others, you look at it and you say, this just doesn't make any sense. We're not going to go anywhere with this one. So it seems like you're going to still have a second application or a second process to weed out those that are worthy of a capital investment, direct capital investment, and those that are not. And it seems to me, since the type 2s are going to be much, much more frequent than the type 1s, those that are successful in the planning process in type 1 could simply then apply for a type 2 grant. That's an alternative model from a process standpoint. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that, let's say we have 10 organizations that are in that type 1. I think it's fair that 3 or 4 may be identified. Only 3 or 4 may be identified as appropriate for a larger capital grant. The only thing I would add is that we're not envisioning a supplemental, at least as recommended, a supplemental application process. Once you're in that type 1, it'll kind of be an evaluation process, right? And then connection to those capital grants. Yeah, certainly an alternative is to reapply essentially once that planning is complete.
Yeah, I leave that internal process to you. I'm leading up to what ultimately will be a comment that I'll offer later on the allocation between type 1 and type 2, because again, I get the efficiency of granting someone the entry into type 1, but you're not going to know at that point whether they're going to qualify for direct. I think your ratio is about right. Maybe 3 out of 10 might ultimately qualify for that, and whether they have to go through a whole process for type 2 or automatically roll into that, I'm trying to separate the allocations as between planning and wraparound services from direct capital investments. It in my mind, it kind of doesn't matter whether they received some assistance before they were shovel ready or they just showed up shovel ready. Either way, it's a direct capital investment. So I'll leave it to you guys to kind of figure out the transition from 1 to 2, but I kind of wanted to draw that line as opposed to those were ready and those who weren't ready. But I'll save that for the allocation. The second of the 2 questions I have, and then I'll shut up and let others ask questions and I'll have comments later, is I think I saw on your slides under type 2, Mark, something about these are capital investments, but only for nonprofits with existing facilities. And so if a nonprofit wanted to build a new facility, or a new organization showed up that didn't even exist before that wanted to create a new facility, they would not qualify for type 2. Did I understand that correct?
I'll caveat by saying that we know we're not approving specific criteria tonight, so we would go back and do that. I think we were assuming that type 2, based on doing a cycle every couple of years, that the scale of grants wouldn't be significant enough for kind of a new facility, right? Now that might be different if we're looking at small versus large organizations and setting grant thresholds a bit higher than we were imagining. Certainly that's part of council's feedback this evening is should we invite kind of those larger new facility type of grants within that type 2 category. I think with anything that the larger the grant we give out, we might not be able to do a cycle as often. So that's just a trade-off. I think there's pros and cons of both. I think you're generally seeing our approach be, let's figure out a way to try to spread as cast a wide as net as possible. And so while we were imagining that it's not for new facilities, it's for investments in existing, I don't think we were trying to make that rule this evening.
Okay, well, that's helpful. Let's not make that rule this evening. I guess I'd suggest. I mean, it seems to me in the 2017 grant cycle, which were all capital grants, we did have some grants that were in the range of 5 figures and 6 figures. I think we had one grant with 75,000, and a couple of others that were in the low hundreds of thousands. So, I get the fact that in the first cycle we had 2 $4 million grants. We don't have enough money to do those types of things for new facilities, but it occurs to me that we could have 6-figure grants for new facilities, and yeah, it might be only 5% of the cost of the new facility or 10% of the cost, but for some of these organizations, that's an amount that makes a difference, especially if it's on a matching basis. Because having been on the receiving end of one of these grants for an organization, I will tell you the power of matching is huge. Not only is it the dollars that you receive directly from the city, it's the ability to go out to donors and say, hey, listen, your dollar donation turns into $2. And that really accelerates fundraising. So I wouldn't underestimate the value of a direct grant, even if it's a relatively small one. It doesn't have to be millions; it could be hundreds of thousands. That's all I have on. I guess that was kind of a comment and a question. Okay. So I'll pause there, and I'll save my comments on allocations for a little bit later.
Okay, very good. Mark, Lauren, Matt, Nicole.
Yeah, my first question, Mark, is I'm a little vague on the concept of capacity building. Can you give me a more concrete definition of what's entailed by capacity building as opposed to a capital investment?
Yeah, it's a good question. I'll give an example. What we heard from a few of the nonprofits within our focus groups is that we're so busy providing direct services that we haven't even thought about what we do in a few years when our lease ends. So I need somebody at the front desk. I can't participate in a grant planning process. And so the capacity building in that case might be, okay, let's provide you a capacity grant at the beginning. You could get some temporary help to bring on a staff person to help cover the hours that you were worried about. You as the executive director can come into these technical assistance sessions, which might be related to the facility planning. So what are your space needs in the long term? What types of services do you provide? Are you public facing? Do you need office space? Do you need something larger? And begin to envision how much that costs when the lease ends, what's your financing structure? And so, over a period of time and working with some partner, they're able to develop a longer term strategy for their space needs. And so that first part of planning out the capital needs, providing help to be able to free up time for some of these organizations to be able to participate in that planning process, that's what we mean by capacity building.
Well, actually, that would seem to me to argue a little bit for Bob's comment that, for granting a bit of financial relief so that they can participate in the process, that then they ought to be competing for grants under stage 2, I'll call it, or category 2. I assume we don't want to spend $10 million just on sort of rent relief and staffing.
You are correct about that. What we were envisioning was that we would not want to make organizations that are going through that capacity building process, developing those strategies, to not have access to the capital that they need if it's deemed that they really need that capital investment. So, whether it's in a different type or not, I think our intention was just to not create an additional barrier.
My next question is, we're talking about hiring a program manager and hiring third-party consultants. Do we have a sense of the total expenditure that we're likely to incur for those categories over 15 years? My concern is I really don't want to take $3 million out of an $18 million revenue source and apply it specifically to our overhead or third-party consultants. That's money, it seems to me, we ought to be providing to groups. So do you have any sense of what that looks like?
Yeah, it's a fair question. I think bringing on a program manager will help, right? It'll help get the dollars out faster to organizations. I think we need that additional capacity. I also think we need the technical assistance partners. While city staff can do a lot to make sure that we're keeping those costs down, we have expertise in housing and human services, in arts and culture, community vitality as a whole, our equity office, in providing some of that support. There's just certain areas that we're not experts on. And so I think we can do an intentional job of making sure we're limiting those third-party costs. And as a part of the specific grant criteria before we commit to any technical assistance structure, we could certainly do some more sophisticated projections and capping certain third-party fees that we would be looking at. So I hear the concern there, and our intent is not to spend down the available dollars on overhead, but it's really to invest in this type of technical assistance that will be of value to organizations.
And my last question is, we speak about the leveraging of public investment dollars. How is that going to work? And is it going to be a requirement for applicants? I mean, I'd like to see leveraging. And leveraging is good, whether it's matching funds, that sort of thing. We want to get the biggest bang for our buck. So how do you incorporate or make a requirement for leveraging public investment?
Yeah, a good point, and something that we've talked about a little bit with the Financial Strategy Committee. I would say that the reason why we don't have a specific recommendation in here is because we've heard it on both sides in terms of matching and leveraging dollars. On one hand, I think it is important for organizations to have some skin in the game, and also there as Bob mentioned, there's some power in having city dollars behind an effort to raise additional dollars. On the other hand, we've also heard that it can be a barrier for either deciding to apply or even receiving a grant, as we have seen in the past, and not being able to meet those matching requirements. And so I do think there's probably a sweet spot. I don't know what that is this evening, but something we could contemplate with the specific criteria development.
Okay, and I'll hold off on the rest for comments. Thank you.
Thanks. We got Lauren, Matt, Nicole.
Thanks, Aaron. And thank you to the team for taking a look at how we can help offer a wider variety of organizations that are doing great work in our community with the chance to go after these grants. I think that's really important work that we're engaging in. As mentioned, this is one of the main ways we can fund large transformational projects. And so I wanted to check in and see, have we done outreach to the larger organizations in town to kind of understand what their 15-year plans are? Just because 15 years is a long time to be, talking about dividing up this money in a particular way. And it would be good to know not just what the smaller and mid-sized nonprofits in our community are looking at, but sort of the long-range plans for the whole variety of nonprofits in our community.
Yeah, thanks, Lauren. It's a good question. So there were two different main engagement windows, if you will. There was the first one, which was in the lead up to the renewal of the tax itself. So that was back in 2021. That focused on both organizations that didn't receive previous CCS funding and those that did. Those were not solely, but predominantly some of those medium or larger organizations within that engagement process. Some of the goals that Charlotte outlined, some of the feedback that we heard through that process kind of informed where we started. As we were developing or beginning to develop a process to eventually come back to you with a framework for the grant program, we looked at the kind of the engagement that we've done to date and realized that we hadn't reached those small and those smaller nonprofits. And so that's why we did some intentional outreach in the March of this year window. So that was kind of our second engagement window. And so both of those windows, but the feedback received in those windows were used to develop the framework this evening. So we didn't get to everybody, and we didn't get to everybody this year. We got to some folks last year. And so again, not perfect, but we think it's a pretty good representation of where the nonprofit community as a whole is at.
Thank you. I was also wondering, how did we come up with the amount of money in each category? And what was that sort of suggestion that we see laid out here based on?
Yeah, I can tell you it's not a scientific formula behind those numbers. The intent is that we have adequate capital dollars available for type 1 organizations that go through the whole process. We felt it was really important. Charlotte talked about the value of their time, the value that there's value of these grants at the end. So we really didn't want to pull organizations through a planning process and have there not be capital dollars at the end if it's deemed appropriate. I'm not sure 10 million, 8 million, 500,000 are the right thresholds. We were more looking at that as giving some guidance as to over the 15-year time horizon, how much dollars may be available in those areas. We could certainly take an approach where we're not assigning dollars per se. We're evaluating the merits of each project and each type and kind of doing some evaluation as we go through the program. So I think in general, there's just some goals that we were trying to establish within those targets. One being the availability for those type 1. Two, kind of establishing that we wouldn't be making those $3-4 million grants in type 2, that would be more of that $250,000 to $1 million range in type 2. And that type 3, we're really not talking about capital investment. We're talking about planning and identifying other financing strategies. So that's kind of the general approach, and the numbers are less important when you think about it that way.
Thank you.
Matt and then Nicole.
Thanks, Aaron. And Mark and Charlotte, thanks for the thoughtfulness to come up with this. I mean, this is hard. It's hard work to come out with the money you have and come up with these criteria and find ways to meet the needs at a different levels for nonprofits. So I appreciate that a lot. Bob and Lauren kind of touched on a few of my questions. So thanks to them for saving me some oxygen. One question I have is about flexibility, about beyond sort of the 10 million that's there in tier 1. Just because we got a long runway of 15 years, I'm curious about if we do identify something really transformative, do we have the ability to pivot and really make that change? Because I'd hate to see something come across the table and say, no, well, we anchored that down, 10 years ago. So, sorry. So I want to know, do we have flexibility? And really sort of as caveat to that, at what point do we check in on maybe perhaps recalibrating this as needs maybe change or as we see successes or failures of the program? And so I was kind of wondering on what that cadence is and what chance we have to at least invite conversation about going beyond the 10 million in tier 1 should we find something that's just irresistible.
Yeah, it's a really good question. We do plan to build in that intentional evaluation of each type. And with trying something new, trying to be innovative, I think it's important to know that not everything we're going to get right 100% of the time. And so if we are in a situation, and this would be our intent with evaluation design, is if we realize we've got 20 applications for type 2, and we're really not seeing a huge number of smaller nonprofits take advantage of type 1 even after with outreach, well, that might be a reason to recalibrate how the frequency of type 2, the dollar amount of type 2. That would certainly be valid. Other way around, if we're seeing a ton of interest in type 1, we could look at different thresholds or the frequency of those cohorts. So I think you're right. It's really important. I think we can bring that back more intentionally in the specific criteria in outlining what are those future touch points with council. How would we bring you the evaluation? I also think establishing some consistent measurement on how we're meeting our overall goals would be important to that as well. But appreciate the point, and I think there would have to be those touch points that within the evaluation.
Appreciate it. Thanks, Mark.
Nicole?
Also, thank you for your thoughtfulness and all your work on this. And I am going to apologize in advance for not sending this question earlier because I think it is likely something you may need to look up. And so it's okay if you don't have an answer. Can you speak just even generally to the characteristics of nonprofits that received funding in previous cycles? Were they big? Were they small? Were they medium? And just, speak a little bit to how you see that changing at all in this next version in terms of which nonprofits are getting support.
Yeah, it's a good question. And I'll start. And if one of my colleagues wants to kick me virtually if I'm wrong here. It was a mixture. I think predominantly they tended to be medium or larger organizations that received grants. Because of the scale of the grants and how we developed those in previous iterations, there were only, I believe, 9 organizations that received grant funding between the 2 cycles in 1 and 2. And the sizes varied. There were some as small, I think, as maybe $250,000, $500,000. And then there were a number of larger grants in the $1 million range or more. So I believe there were, in the iterations, there were a couple of large grants in CCS1 in the millions. And then in 2, I think the intent was to spread that out a bit more. So I think the number was a bit higher, if I'm remembering that correctly. So we started to spread the net a bit, but again, they were typically larger awards.
Thank you.
All right, looks like that's all the questions. I had all my questions answered by other people, so thanks everybody. Thanks for all those answers, Mark. And Charlotte, thank you for your role in the presentation as well. It's very informative. Okay, so we got 3 questions to answer. I'm going to read them real quick and then we can go through them one by one. So they are, does council support the 3 different types of grants as proposed? Does council support the proposed framework for program implementation evaluation? Does council support the proposed process and timeline for council approval of grant criteria? So let's kick it off with the, do we support the 3 different types of grants as proposed? And we got Bob with his hand up.
I was going to go into allocations. Is that the second question or is that part of the first?
I mean, the second one is proposed framework for program implementation evaluation. Maybe you can combine, if it's allocation, talk about the different grants and the allocation. It's all good.
Okay, I'll just give you all my comments. I don't know which questions they answer. First of all, I would, when we get to criteria, I would suggest staff not limit these to existing facilities. There may be existing organizations that want to move into new facilities, and there may be new organizations that don't exist today who may want to create facilities. So I would not limit it to things like elevators and HVAC, existing facilities. I know that new facilities can be more expensive, but I wouldn't foreclose those necessarily. I would, as I foreshadowed in my question, break up the planning in wraparound services in type 1 from the actual grants in type 2. And that could include both those people who are shovel ready right away versus those people who go through type 1. So I would really break that up and really make 2 limited to grant making for capital, regardless of whether they went through the type 1 planning or they came to you already planned. And for that reason, my final comment is I would actually shift the allocations a bit. I think it's too heavy on type 1 and too light on type 2. As Lauren indicated, there's a chance that there could be some transformative or transformational proposals made to us. And if all we have available to us is $8 million over the next 15 years, that's not very much money. Conversely, I think if we limit type 1 to capacity planning and organization, those wraparound services, I don't think we need $10 million. And I get the fact that you can bring this back to future councils and rebalance this, but let's try to get it right the first time, or at least as right as we can get it now in 2022. So I'll just throw some numbers out there and people can agree or disagree. I would actually take the type 1 down from $10 million to down in the range of $4 to $6 million, just picking numbers out there. And I would actually do a range. Rather than being precise on numbers, I would give future councils and future staff a little bit more flexibility. So I would take it from 10 down to 4 to 6 and limit it to that planning and wraparound services. And then I would transfer that money in type 2 from 8 million, I'd increase that to in the range of 12 to 14 million. I think that adds up. And then I would leave type 3. I was fine with type 3. 500,000 is just fine. So those are all my responses, whether they're responsive to the questions or otherwise. Those are all my comments.
Thanks, Bob. Rachel, then Mark, and then I'll call on myself.
I will say I agree with Bob that I would put all of the tier 2 money in one pot. And so I wouldn't have people who are in that first category sort of separately applying for what I think of as the second category of funds. That just seems like a mismatch and maybe a little bit unfair that if you get into the program, you also then have access to additional funds that other people can't really vie for, if I'm understanding it correctly. And if I'm not, please do correct me. So I would agree with shifting it. And I don't know, I don't know how much thought was given into or put into how to structure the program, but it seems like it might be more feasible for us to just have money set aside to pay a third party to help shepherd people through the process rather than us trying to take that on ourselves. So I might take that amount way low and outsource it. And I will just say that my tenure on council has been basically only during pandemic. So all I have seen is that we always hear we're short staffed. We can't add anything. We're just so not nimble that I don't know that this is the right time, although I totally appreciate the creativity and what we're trying to do here. It just seems like we're always kind of struggling. Somebody complained to me this week that it was taking over a year to get a permit approved. We're way behind where we want to be on the Hill and stuff. So like us picking up a whole nother program and using this, tax money to do that just feels like a mismatch for where we are. So I don't like saying it, but I think I'm probably a no on numbers 1 and 2. I don't think I would do that first grant. I think I would just say that we want to set aside some to hire. I know that there are nonprofits, for example, that do this work, that help people write grants and figure out what they need for strategic planning. So I think that's where I am. Thanks.
Rachel, Mark, myself, Ginny, Lauren.
I want to start with Lauren's comment. I think it is very important, and I agree with her, that we have some capability of entering into a transformative project somewhere during this 15 years. And whether that's help for BMOCA, whether that's a performance facility that we badly need. But I think we're missing an opportunity if we don't leave some room for that sort of thing. I know we want to be more aggressive in funding smaller groups. I think we can do that. But we still need to leave something out there for a special transformative project. And so, yeah, I very much agree with Lauren's comment on that. I agree with Bob. I might even take that category 1 down to $3 million. I just, the concept of eating up too much of this tax money with overhead and consultants troubles me. This is money that I want to see going to organizations more than consultants. And as Rachel mentioned, there are some groups in town that for little cost will help nonprofits strategize and make applications. And I think we should be leaning on that. And if we're not going to go in that direction, I'd like to have a really precise budget as to how much we want to spend of this $18.5 million on that sort of thing. Because to me, it's not as productive as getting money in the hands of the groups. I'm also a little concerned that as I understand it, and I only heard this afternoon, that in terms of the focus groups, we looked only at small and medium-sized arts organizations, and the larger ones were not even in the room. And I don't know why that should be. They ought to have their say and their voice as well, even if we don't look to them to dominate the allocation of money. That there certainly should have been an opportunity for them to express their views. And I think we kind of missed an opportunity there. I think that's most of what I've got. I would probably take tier 1 down to $3 million. And we can always adjust, by the way. If we have 50 groups applying and we need to put another $500,000 into that category, we can make it right later. But I would start with the assumption that $3 million is going to go for the planning and services, and $15 million will be available for actual capital expenditures, whether it's a new facility, whether it's an existing facility, whether it's replacing the HVAC. I would like to see the bulk of the money in that category, because that's what people voted for. This was an infrastructure tax. And people assume it was an infrastructure tax. And I think we ought to be focusing on the infrastructure needs of our not-for-profit sector. And that's where I want to see the bulk of the money go. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mark. I'll go ahead and call on myself, after which will be Junie, Lauren, Nicole, and Tara. And I'll say again, a thank you for all your hard work on this, and also for getting my and Mark's and Matt's questions answered ahead of time. I think what Bob said, I think I agreed with all of it. I think that was all on target in terms of his comments. I will say, though, that maybe more with Mark's numbers, like maybe closer to that 3 million. Although I wouldn't pick a number, I think the idea of a range is good. Like, let's get this going. Let's see how things are working out, and without making a firm commitment to exactly a precise number of millions. And also just to keep out there that, like Lauren said, that possibility of transformative investments, that they don't have to run into the 7 figures to be transformative, and even whether they're in existing or new facilities. And then, Rachel made a good point that I've been thinking about as well, about staff capacity. So I really like the idea of assisting nonprofits, in helping them figure out what their next steps are, what their needs are, and getting them some handholding to the point where they can apply for a capital grant. But agree with the comments that have been said about, let's look for some third parties. And so I would be careful about over committing staff time. I know we're possibly hiring a new person, but I also, from my earlier questions heard, it might involve a number of other staff members across the organization in terms of this capacity building. So I'd be just add a real big caution about not overcommitting the workload of city staff, given how we're struggling with that right now. But looking forward to the next steps here. And I think we're kind of grouping our comments. I'll just say, I think I really like how you're talking about the council setting up the criteria, but not being involved in the awarding of the grants or the approving of the grants. So I thought that was spot on. All right, that's it for me. You got Junie, Lauren, Nicole, Tara.
Thank you very much, Aaron. I think I'm in the minority after everything that I've just heard from all of you. I think some good points were made, but nonetheless, I believe type 1 is necessary. It's important. We've talked about this on council. We've talked about this at the Financial Strategy Committee. Our hope, or at least what our values are, is to empower small nonprofit or grant seekers. And I believe type 1 does that. It builds the capacity, planning, and capital investment. And it says instead of application for a direct grant, organizations would first be invited to apply in the program prior to distribution of the grant. So, and it would offer technical assistance to determine their specific approach to address this long-term affordable commercial space needs. So I really think this is very important. It brings players as part of the process that wouldn't be part of the process. And also, I just don't think that inclusion, diversity that we talk about on council could be passed on or left to a third party. That's just not the way I believe that we should, do our work on council. So I would just agree to the way that staff has planned it and presented to us. And if council decide ultimately to make any change, I don't think it should happen right now. I think it should go back to the Financial Strategy Committee for us to really look at the benefit and the drawback. Because $3 million or $4 million, what does that really mean? What is the impact? What will be the impact on these smaller, nonprofits that we want to help? We want to bring them as players into that ecosystem as part of this process. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Ginny. Lauren, Nicole, and Tara.
Thanks. So I think I really appreciate the 3 different kinds of grants that you've come up with. I think those are really well thought out. And I think I just feel uncomfortable with committing right now to how those are going to play out over the next 15 years. I would support that sort of the type of allocation that you have set up right now, maybe for the first year or the first set of allocations, so that you're kind of running that program 1 like a pilot program. And then as that progresses, we could evaluate and see if that's how we want to continue, if that's the kind of allocation spread that we want to continue seeing, or if we might change it in the future. Because I think that we just don't know yet what kinds of projects will come, what kinds of transformation we'll see out of type 1 grant funding. And so I think, or at least I don't, maybe you guys are all very aware of that, but so I'd like to see maybe more of a pilot project style setup, and then another round of evaluation to determine sort of the long-term allocation. And then in terms of implementation and evaluation, I really appreciated the points that you had in there. I think we always need to look at balancing the cost of doing all of the evaluation, everything like that, as people have been hinting at. So it might be nice to see what the overhead percentages are that we're looking at. If there's any kind of ballpark numbers we could throw at that, just so that we can, or the financial committee or someone can look at whether or not those make sense or they're worth that cost compared to just giving that money to the nonprofits in our community that are doing the work. And if we're going to run a pilot round, I would support trying to look at nonprofits that we could use to help provide kind of that incubator, as opposed to hiring staff long-term if we don't know exactly what the 5-year layout is or that kind of thing for this program. Thank you.
Thanks, Lauren. Nicole and Tara.
Thank you. I think I most closely align with Junie on this topic. I just really appreciate all the thought and intention that staff have put into this, engaging with groups that didn't participate in previous cycles. I really appreciate the focus on flexibility. In 2022, flexibility seems to be key for everything right now, and I appreciate that there are some evaluation points put in to see whether or not this is having the effects that we expect it to. And I really like the idea of giving more opportunities to groups that haven't been able to take advantage of previous cycles for whatever reason. I am in favor of the idea of having a city staff person in charge of this. I think, especially if we're looking at working with smaller nonprofits and engaging with them, there is a component of relationship building that is really critical for some of these smaller nonprofits, and having someone within the city feels like a really important role to me, rather than a consultant who may change, may just be there for a little while, but to have a long-lasting relationship that these groups can build. To me, that's part of the kind of assistance and support that we're giving to the nonprofits that are applying. So I think I may have touched on some of the other questions there, but I am a yes to these.
Thanks, Nicole. Tara, we got Matt coming back.
It's great to be almost last, because then you get to hear all the great things people say. I think I mentioned that I was on that 2017 Community Culture and Safety Tax Working Group. And what was the most exciting thing about it was an opportunity to think big. You guys know me, I don't usually think big, actually, but this is our opportunity to do that. And so I think, in my opinion, with the astronomical construction costs and building costs and materials costs, that I would like to see most of this, even for the smaller nonprofits, to be used for capital projects and for bigger projects. Like, even within the smaller nonprofits, if we can think big, if we think, what do we remember about the 2017? I mean, I would say Scott Carpenter Park, sure, that was a city project, but Meals on Wheels, I believe that's when the building was built. And so it's an unusual opportunity. And I believe that I'm going to agree with Mark that the community is expecting something that is visionary. And so I'm hoping that all doesn't get lost. And everybody said great things. I don't really have much opinions on anything else besides that. I hope that we don't lose sight of the purpose of this particular tax.
Thanks, Tara. Matt, and then I'll make a quick comment and sum up. That's all right.
Thanks, Aaron. And I really just actually great comments from all of my colleagues. It actually kind of informed what I was going to say. So I appreciate all those great words. I will start with hearing well what Rachel said. And I think we all need to take some pause, realizing we're a day late and a dollar short on a lot of things. And how do we get caught up? And our ambition is kind of getting grounded by reality. And that's a hard thing, but there's some truth to that. So thank you, Rachel, for bringing that up. But where does that bring here? I do like the three criteria, or I'm good with sort of where we're at, I think, more or less. I would tend to want to lean towards Mark's comments that capital is really key. In my experience with working with a lot of nonprofits, as much as it's good to do capacity building, those tend to carry ongoing costs. And so if they get a bump in some of that, that's great for the short term, but they tend to want it. Then they're sort of hung on the burden of that, perhaps long term. So there is some of that occurs with some nonprofits. So I'm a little concerned about putting too much weight in that without that long-term financial stability for a lot of nonprofits being known and they not knowing it themselves a little bit. So I do think capital is really, really important, because that's where I think a lot of our opportunity is in our community to foster a lot of the goals that we have. So that's, I would like to see us recalibrate a little bit, but I do want to just really acknowledge the great work that Mark and Charlotte have done. I think they got us a long ways to where we need to be on this. So that's what I have to say. Thanks.
Thanks, Matt. I got Nicole, you have something to add?
Yeah, I just had just a question for Mark, building on Matt's comment that he just made. Did the nonprofits that you engaged and talked with about how to do this funding know that this was one-time funding, that it wouldn't be long-term? So they were aware of that. Is that right?
That's right. And the intent of the capacity building assistance would be to get ready for capital investment. So the goal of the program remains what I agree with some of the comments is what was the goal of the voters, right? Which is that long-term capital investment in nonprofits. And so a little bit longer path to get there, but the intent is really that long-term investment.
Yep. Okay, cool. And I think that capacity building, right, itself can be really transformational. It doesn't have to be something specific to a new piece of the building or something like that, right? Building that capacity within our community, that starts to transform us too, especially in these nonprofit environments that are building a lot of the social infrastructure that we have in our city.
Thanks, Nicole. All right, well, I just wanted to follow up. I thought Junie made some great comments and just want to emphasize that I think an important goal of this program is to make sure that smaller nonprofits, and particularly those that might be minority owned or female owned, who might not always have a crack at larger dollar amounts, that they get the support that they need to move forward and move on to the next level. So I think that's a really important piece of this. I think that the different kinds of approaches we've talked here, I think can potentially all accommodate that. I really appreciate that, Junie raising that point. So I'm afraid, Mark and Charlotte, we have given you feedback that is all over the map. So it's a little hard to interpret exactly where to go from here, except I think, you're getting some feedback that maybe some adjustments to the approach might be desired. We have some council members who are like, great, just go for it, and a number of others are like, yeah, maybe if you can change around the way it works. I'll leave it up to you to kind of say what you think might come next, but we might have another round, another check-in before you do go on full implementation. I'll just mention that I hate to make more work for anybody or take more council time, but what's your thinking here, Mark and Charlotte and others, based on our feedback?
Yeah, appreciate that, Mayor, and appreciate all the feedback this evening. It sounds like you like it, but you want some changes. So I think we can take the notes from tonight. I agree. I think a checkpoint before we're kind of full-blown implementation would be helpful. I'm not sure on timing of that quite yet. We can do some work on that. I think generally what I'm hearing is support for the different types, some flexibility, perhaps some additional dollars that we're really locking in and making sure that it's available for larger capital without losing some of the intent of getting at some of the smaller organizations that haven't had access previously. So I think we can take that feedback, sharpen our pencils, and come back one more time before we kind of finalize the implementation strategy. Does that sound like a good middle ground?
It does to me. I think that was very well said, Mark, in terms of I think the variety of feedback that happened. So and Council and Nuria, is that okay to maybe get another update, a shorter update, in a little bit of time with maybe proposed revisions and next steps? I'm seeing some nodding heads and thumbs up.
I want to defer to Council, Mayor, but I think that's perfectly fine from our perspective.
Okay, great. Mark, did you want to comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to support Junie's suggestion that it also pass through financial strategies. I'm not sure we did a good enough job looking at this previously, and I'm not sure our commentary was sufficiently thoughtful, and maybe we could do a better job at the next iteration. So that would be my suggestion.
I certainly would support Junie's idea of having the financial strategists take another look at it before it comes back to council. Okay, I'm seeing faces looking generally okay about the next steps. So speak up now if you feel like this isn't the right next step to take. All right, seeing no hands raised. Okay, well, thanks again for all of your very hard and creative and detailed work on this, and for being open to scattershot feedback, and I have great confidence in your ability to come up with the next step that'll work for council and the community.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Council. Appreciate the time.
Thanks so much. All right. Elisha, what do we got next?
All right, so next, still under matters from the city manager, we have item 5B, which is the overview of housing and human services, community services, and investments.
We can go straight to Elizabeth.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Council. My name is Elizabeth Crow. It's good to see you again. I'm serving as Deputy Director for Housing Human Services, so glad to be in that role. I'm going to share with you, as was asked, a brief overview of program services and assistance through HHS, that which we provide directly through our staff, and also some critical services or examples of critical services that are provided through our investments or with support through our investments to our nonprofit partner agencies. Let me stop there and start sharing the PowerPoint, if you'll bear with me. Oh.
And Elizabeth, I don't know if the clerk's office has a copy of your PowerPoint, but if you are having
My
difficulty.
computer, hopefully you can hear me. It literally just went blank. Hang on just a moment.
Yes, Emily has it.
Emily
has it on standby. Yes.
Thank you.
Shoo.
Emily to the rescue. Thank you.
Yeah, exactly. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
You can.
Okay, great. I can see you again as well. Great, thank you, Emily. So let's go to the next slide. So very briefly, and I will try to be brief so we have plenty of time for discussion. We'll just very briefly go over the mission and strategy. Again, touch on some of the direct services that our HHS department provides, additional services through our investments. And then there's a special request as well this evening, given the Supreme Court decision on June 25th, or 24th rather, to just have a quick review of some reproductive health services for our Boulder community. So happy to do that as well. And then we'll have some questions for discussion. So I just want to start by reminding us all of our mission for the Housing and Human Services Department. It is for us to strive for all people in our community to thrive and to help make sure that everyone in this community experiences Boulder as a just, inclusive, and equitable community. And of those commitments, one of the key commitments for our staff, and oftentimes the most challenging, is the third bullet point down, which is addressing systemic inequities. It's not enough for us to really respond to the urgent and critical and immediate needs, but transform our community for the better in order to achieve that equitable community. One of the things that we've been working on within our department the last couple of years has been to really focus on our goals. And in short, what we're about is making sure that this community is affordable for everyone who needs and wants to live here, and that it's also inclusive, that anyone who lives here really can experience Boulder in a welcoming manner. Next slide, please. So the Housing and Human Services Department provides a lot of direct services and assistance for our community-facing program staff and case managers. And these services are really aimed at people experiencing low income or who are experiencing other socioeconomic or health barriers based on income or other disparities, included those that are rooted in discrimination due to people's identity or circumstance.
And within HHS, our staff communicate really closely with each other about community members' needs. We have the ability to make referrals within our department. Just looking at the list of services here, they might include between our older adult services case management staff and our staff who are managing the food tax rebate program, or between our human rights manager and our community mediation team, or families who are experiencing financial challenges with rental assistance to those program areas to get them the help that they need. A number of our staff are Spanish bilingual and bicultural. And we also communicate both freely and frequently with Boulder County colleagues, those in other municipalities, and our nonprofit partners. Just to note here that for any community members who are watching online, who are interested in finding out more about these programs, we are able to, you would be able to acquire the PDF version of this slideshow and click through. They're all hyperlinked. However, the city website, if you just go to Housing and Human Services and do a search for anything that you need, you should be able to get there. And again, I'm happy to speak to any one of these programs when we get to the questions and discussion at the end. Next slide. So in terms of our investments, the majority of services available in our community are not really provided directly through HHS, but our nonprofit organizational partners. And there are hundreds of community programs that are coordinated and managed by them each year. Among the investments that we make in Housing and Human Services, these three funding programs you see listed here are a primary vehicle for supporting human services. So this does not include our housing, affordable housing fund, or those sorts of sources. And I will say I've been very fortunate to have worked really intimately with these programs in the last several years, and the nonprofit grantees that run them. And Councilmember Spear mentioned in the earlier section how important it is for our city staff to have those trusted relationships and do that relationship building with our nonprofits. And it's really a great team of us in HHS that work to do that each day. We're fortunate to have resources that we are able to purpose local dollars to support these organizations and do a lot of public good, and to do it annually. The note I have there at the bottom is just to say that these three funding programs are not the total, again, of what we provide in HHS. We have separate funding contracts going out for homeless services, for rental assistance, and a smaller number, but still significant good comes from some off-cycle grants that we process. Next slide, please. So the next several slides will offer a snapshot at the kind of programs that we do support through our investments. And I've included in this some of the services that we know are most commonly and critically needed by community members. But again, happy to answer any questions council member has about other services. First, I'll note, you can see on the bottom there that the Boulder County Housing and Human Services has a resource guide that is available online. It's very comprehensive. It's a bit of an A to Z list of resources available, including for City of Boulder residents. If you don't mind clicking through, Emily, you can click twice. So for rental and financial assistance and food, this really comprises a lot of the funding that we allocate out to organizations like Emergency Family Assistance Association, the food organizations that you see here. And to note, even though Boulder County runs the Emergency Rental Assistance Program, we do make a lot of referrals to community members to that source and through the housing helpline, the number for and the email address for which are listed there. And again, while this is not an inclusive list, it represents a lot of the organizations that have the doors open, if you will, to many of our community members, and can frequently and freely make referrals among each other. Next slide, please. So in terms of homeless services and sheltering, again, the organizations listed here are those for which we have funding contracts for a wide range of services, not an inclusive list. So for example, the Lodge, Feet Forward are just two of many other organizations that provide services in our community. The note there about focus reentry, this is actually true for a number of organizations who provide assistance to homeless community members, even though that's not necessarily the core of what they do. So if we look at it that way, it's actually a much longer list of agencies that we have a relationship with and that are providing services in our community. We go to the next one for mental behavioral health, always a need, and certainly a need that has been much more pronounced through the COVID pandemic, with the Table Mesa incident, the wildfires, all of the disasters that our community has been experiencing. Our primary mental health center, of course, is Mental Health Partners, listed there in the middle. They are the largest agency locally for these services. Clinica, Boulder Community Health are obviously also very large agencies that we really rely upon to provide ongoing professional care at a number of different levels. But we're also really fortunate to have organizations, some of them smaller, right, that have nonetheless integrated mental health support into their work. So organizations like El Centro Amistad out Boulder County are good examples of that. And there are many others. And the goal there, you know, our own support strategy is that we do want to provide support to as many diverse community groups as possible, because they've already got the trust of the community members that they serve. One note that the Pillar program listed on top, I didn't really want to take out the room to spell that out, but it stands for Prevention and Intervention for Lifelong Alternatives in Recovery. And we actually support that program for both educational component as well as direct treatments for people experiencing substance use disorder. Lastly, I'll just note that while we don't have a funding agreement or currently financially support the Jewish Family Service Boulder County Crisis Counseling Program, it's one that many community members are not aware of. So just wanted to take the opportunity to highlight that and provide that resource. So those are the 3 slides I've shared with just an overview of some of these services that are available in our community. If we want to go to the next slide, I can just briefly, thank you, share a little update on how our what reproductive health services are available to Boulder community members and how our organizations that are working in this field are doing. We're really fortunate to have many compassionate reproductive health care providers and advocacy organizations in our community. And the city has funding relationships with most of the organizations listed here, none for abortion services, all for other means of support that they have requested and then accordingly receive funding. We regularly keep in touch with program staff from all of our funding agencies about our investments to hear how they're doing, what challenges they're having, and have been able to check in with these organizations since June 24 because they're still doing the work. They're very committed to it, even more so in a way, given the additional anxiety, fear, and a lot of stress that community members are having, and providers as well. And they're really working at this point to continue to meet the need of community members and to try to track trends and plan for ripple effects that might come upon them as a result of the Supreme Court decision on Roe versus Wade. And we don't really know yet what those impacts are going to be, except that organizations like Boulder Valley Women's Healthcare Center have been experiencing a double, triple the amount of calls coming in from local community members as well as folks out of state. We can assume that to some extent that's going to continue, and there may then be other effects on organizations providing other reproductive services. Many of these agencies also provide or work to provide gender affirming care to our queer and trans community members. And again, I think it's safe to say that many in that community have been expressing additional anxiety and fear lately due to political climate. The one thing I did want to point out under Boulder County Public Health, there's mention there of a LARC coalition. LARC is long-acting reversible contraception. That's actually a coalition that had been going on of providers, which was on, I'm told, a bit of a hiatus during COVID, but are now ramping up again because, you know, hopefully more capacity as we enter different phases of COVID, but also just given the June 24 Supreme Court decision and really wanting to stay more connected with each other for networking. So if you don't mind to go to the last slide, Emily, I'm finished now with the presentation. I'm happy to ask Emily to go back in the slideshow if you need to see some of those earlier slides. Otherwise, happy to take questions and comments from council members. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Elizabeth. That was really informative and very well put together. I really appreciate that. So questions / comments from council members? Nicole.
Yeah, thank you, Elizabeth. I really just appreciate that overview, especially knowing it came together on relatively short notice. So really, really appreciate your effort there. One of my questions is whether, over the last few months, as kind of prices of everything are skyrocketing, as rents are going up and things like that, are you seeing upticks in service needs in specific areas? And if so, what are the areas where you're seeing the greatest need?
Sure. I think it's safe to say, and I'm kind of imagining some of our nonprofit partners and what they might say or nod to or shake their head to, really everything. Some of the conversations we've been having among staff and with other partners just for programs like our rental assistance program and our EPRIS program have been, wow, we're not seeing any slowdown in needs for rental assistance. And it could be a lot of things, including that people are now having to pay more for groceries, more for gas, all of these inflation impacts. And that means that they're now not able to take care of rent as much either. Food is certainly an increasing expense. I think folks might have seen some news coverage lately from some of our nonprofit partners who are putting the call out, the need for more food. Mental behavioral health continues to be a challenge. And one of the challenges, as I'm sure council is aware, is that the staff that we have in our nonprofit sector are working very, very hard. And the trends are still really skyrocketing in terms of the need coming out of COVID and other disasters. And there really is a national shortage of providers. It takes a while for people to go from I'm interested in getting into this field to being able to be certified, and even more so be able to handle the kind of increased level of need. That's something that we hear pretty consistently. Whereas before maybe there were a certain percentage of people really in crisis and others who really get what they need from more moderate therapies. The number of people who are really at that crisis mode, including experiencing suicide ideation, is really much greater than it was before. So it's not, I'm sorry that that's the answer, but what we hear pretty much is that in every area of need, those needs are still very much there.
Thank you for that. And you made a comment that made me just wonder, at this time of year, would groups typically start seeing slowdowns in service need, or?
That's a good question. Not necessarily. I'm gonna noodle on that maybe and get back to you, but
okay.
Yeah,
let
me make note.
Okay, so it sounds like need is going up pretty dramatically across every aspect of services. Okay, thank you. And then I just have one other question, then I'll give it to somebody else to ask questions. You mentioned that the city has financial relationships with all the reproductive health organizations, but that the money that the city is giving to these organizations is not used for abortion services. Did I hear that correctly? And if so, could you explain why? Is it a formal constraint, or what's the reason there?
Sure. And actually, thank you for asking that. I should clarify, we actually don't have a funding relationship with Planned Parenthood, but all the other organizations we do. One way to actually answer the question is that we, our funding committees and facilitated by staff, consider applications that are for funding and programs that are requested. And so that's what we consider. And at least to this point, we haven't received any requests for funding for abortion services. The ones that I did list there are really just even among them quite a range. So for example, Boulder Valley Women's Health, we provide some funding for their clinical staff, but also a lot of sexual health and reproductive health education. The Genesis program and the Generations program within Boulder County Health. Genesis is specifically for low-income teen mothers, and the Generations program is much more broad range of services, but that include reproductive health education for siblings and other family members of those teen mothers. And then thinking about Clinica, Boulder Community Health, we fund those programs for other sorts of health services, but not necessarily for pregnancy care or maternal care.
Thank you. And I missed that I had one more question. So last one, colleagues, if anybody wants to jump in after this. So my question is around, things that we know are predictors of increased homelessness, right? This is certainly an issue that we are all hearing about a lot in the community. Many people are concerned about this. Is a sort of increase in rental need? And I think maybe I've asked this question before. Is it predictive, right? Can we use this as an indicator that, hey, things are about to get a little bit worse? Is there anything there that we can use as sort of a leading indicator of where we're headed? Because I worry about people, who are already on the edge.
Absolutely.
Access to housing, which then just increases the struggles that we're already experiencing with homelessness.
Absolutely. I think the answer to that is yes. A more detailed question, I would love to be able to consult with our UPRIS program team and some other colleagues. But the answer is yes. And whether or not the pressure point came from another bill or another crisis. I think just that dynamic where so many families and individuals are really right on the edge, and it only takes one more illness, one more situation to push them over. I will say again, just in terms of the UPRIS program, the tenant advisory group that advises that program actually was having their meeting earlier this evening as well. And to date, we've been able to expend almost $200,000 in rental assistance, and the average request has been around $1,500. And so that's just kind of telling, right, as to the degree and the number. We're getting around an average of 21 requests per month. And so the need is there, but I mentioned earlier that, staff and our partners have been talking like, gosh, we're not seeing this slow down at all. So I think that factor is probably another telling indicator as well.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
Any others? Well, seeing none, Elizabeth, I'll just thank you again and just remark on what a great array of nonprofit partners we have in the community, right? We're very fortunate to have so many good intentioned people working to keep people safe and healthy in our community. It's inspiring.
Agree. Thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely. All right, so folks, our next item it's the last item, but it's 2.5 hours. Do we want 5 minutes before we dive into that? I'm getting more or less nods. So it's just 5 minutes. Okay, 7:58. We'll come back. Oh, it's 8 o'clock even. All right, see you at 8. Take us into our last item, please.
Yes, sir. That is item 7A under matters from the mayor and members of council. It is the council process change proposals.
Well, thanks so much for that. And Mayor, I think I'll kick it off before handing it off to Taylor. But as you know, typically we put both work plan and council process improvements in the same retreat that we have in January. And this year, we knew we'd have a lot of interest in the work plan, and we realized that perhaps it was unrealistic to ask incoming council members to weigh in on things that perhaps they'd like to see change in the council process, having only gotten here recently. So we wanted to separate those out and added this mid-year sort of review versus the midterm review that we'll do in January to really focus on process changes now that this new council body has had more time to really experience the council process as a whole. You know, many of you know that the council process changes have traditionally focused on those administrative items like length of meetings and what are the working agreements you all want to have as a council body, changes you may want to see to in-person meetings, et cetera. It's not necessarily intended to be a place where additional work plans are added. And again, just mention that we'll have that opportunity again to do a check-in at our midterm check-in in January. But I know that we were running a little bit tight on time and wanted to just mention that, and before I hand this over to Taylor to get us started on it, since I did mention the work plan, the council work plan priorities, I want to just say that you'll be receiving a link tomorrow about a dashboard staff has been working on that really we hope will provide some more insight into where we are on each priority. We know you often wonder like what's happening with the work you've asked us to prioritize during the term. And while we know we're a bit delayed and we knew that going in and kicking all the work due to some staffing constraints, we also want to work on better ways to provide you sort of more visible updates in between our staff presentations. And as long as I'm talking about the subject of vacancies, and I know the mayor knows this because I was super excited the other day as we were talking, but happy to say that we're making progress, right? Like we have more progress to do. And despite the continued difficulties we're seeing across the nation and the region, since January, when we've had, and we were looking at about 160 vacancies, we've been able to shave that down to about 112 in this amount of time. So more to go, but I'm just excited to see that despite just routine retirements and turnover that happen everywhere, how quickly staff is being truly active in trying to fill those positions as quickly as we can. And so I think that as we continue to do that, we'll also be seeing how those additional resources will help us advance those priorities a little faster. So with gratitude to your submissions and to Taylor, who kind of helped gather all these for our conversation today, I will pass that on to her.
Thanks so much, Nuria. Good evening, Council. Taylor Ryman, City Council Administrator. Happy to be presenting to you tonight's presentation on council process changes. As Nuria mentioned, these changes are typically addressed at the retreat, but in addition to having a desire for a really robust work plan discussion, we also realize that council needs a little bit of time to get familiar with processes before and weigh in on how they'd like to change. And so we're bringing you this conversation tonight. In your packet, you will also notice that there is a brief update on those work plan priorities that Nuria mentioned, in concert with setting up those dashboards and trying to really provide some more information on the scope and how we foresee those phases of those work plan items laying out. There is a brief update on the priorities, whether or not they've started, in your packet. And we've also developed web pages so that the public can be aware of what those work plan priorities are and what their general timelines are and what are desired outcomes for each one. So with that, I will move into our agenda. Quick overview of tonight's presentation. There are many council proposals for process changes, some from staff that we'll start with, and we have various staff on the line to help provide any answers to your questions as we figure out whether or not to move forward with changes and how to do so. There are a couple changes recommended from the council subcommittee on engagement and a welcoming council environment, as of course proposals from you. Boards and commission proposals came from a variety of places, and so we've teased those out and given them their own section at the end. Some of them from subcommittee on board and commissions, some of them from you council members, and then even some from staff. There will be a few next steps, and then of course time for questions. So with that,
Taylor, do you mind if I just interrupt for a second?
Go for it.
So thanks very much for getting us started with that. And I'll just note that this could take all night. We could be here until 3 in the morning. We have a lot of possible change requests. So a couple things on that. One is that hopefully we can be brisk and efficient with each one and get to a consensus, yay or nay, or modified pretty quickly on each one. And the other is that we may well put the board and commission ones to a future study session. So we'll see how time goes tonight. There are a couple maybe higher priority ones that have been suggested by the council, by the boards and commissions subcommittee that maybe we'll tackle tonight, but there's also a proposal to get to the bulk of them a little later on in the year at a study session. So we'll check in once we get through everything else but the boards and commissions and then check the council temperature at that point. Thanks, Taylor. Go ahead.
Thank you, Aaron. And so with that, we will dive right in. So to provide a little bit more background, and Nuria really touched on this, process changes are pretty different from work plan items, and they address the procedural administration of council business. This can include things like how agenda items are scheduled, council communication, council decorum, how council interacts with each other, aspects of community engagement, the administration of boards and commissions processes, and changes that are pursued are often implemented through administrative adjustments, the creation of new processes if we don't already have one existing, revising council rules and working agreements. So for the first couple here, I will kick it off to Pam Davis, Assistant City Manager. I don't see her, but I might just have limited vision here. She's going to walk through COVID thresholds and hybrid meeting participation guidelines.
Great. Thank you, Taylor, and good evening, council members. My name is Pam Davis. My pronouns are she, her. I serve as Assistant City Manager and have been leading our COVID response and recovery team throughout the last couple of years. So our first item is to do another check-in with you and provide a little bit of information about where the organization stands in relation to COVID. Throughout the break, I did provide through email 2 updates from Boulder County Public Health, one just before your summer break began and one just last Friday in anticipation of this meeting. That included just up-to-date CDC data, as well as the current thinking of the county as it relates to continuing to monitor community spread, but also adjust to the transition of this pandemic gradually becoming endemic to our society and really learning to live with it. So what we wanted to bring forth to you today was really to first tee up that Council had previously decided that while in red community transition level during the last spike in COVID cases, you all wanted to remain virtual for council meetings, and we maintained board and commission meetings virtual as well. Unfortunately, we do remain in red as of tonight. The CDC updates their data weekly, and just a few hours ago reported very similar numbers to the previous 2 weeks. So it's indicating we're really at a plateau right now. We're not seeing continued increase in cases, but we're seeing a very slow decline. So as of tonight, we do remain in red. That said, we'd love to talk with you about sort of the long-term future of working through council meetings and the new environment, knowing that COVID will not probably ever go away, but is gradually becoming more endemic in our community. So with that, what I will share with you is that our organization, so all the staff work, our facilities, the services we offer, while in red right now, our buildings are still open, business as usual. So the public is able to access services during the day, both online and in person from our staff. We do have some staff still working remotely predominantly as a result of current cases, but we also are seeing a lot more staff coming together for purposes of collaboration and getting certain programs and projects back on track, as well as ensuring that our facilities remain open. So with that, the only real mitigation measure that is left, in addition to, facilities being great about working on HEPA filters for our buildings, regular cleanings, that sort of thing. We're also asking our employees to mask while indoors when we're in a level red community spread. Outside of that, we are really trying to establish ourselves, as I mentioned, business as usual and providing the full capacity of resources to our community. So with that in mind, we wanted to check in with you about your feelings moving forward. We intend, once we are back out of red, which we do anticipate will come before the end of this summer, once we hit yellow and below, we will permanently move to what we're calling the new normal, which is really an enforced hybrid work policy for our staff, meaning that those who are capable of working virtually have the option to establish that balance of in-person work and work from home according to their duties. We will have a minimum requirement for employees to work in person so that they can be present with their teams and provide services to the community. But really, once we drop back into yellow, we're going to implement that full-time and discontinue our practice internally of adapting constantly to the changing metrics of COVID. We will continue to, again, take some of these personal precautions as needed, but we will no longer adjust our operations periodically. So with that, we wanted to check in with all of you based on that information. If you are interested in following suit with the organization and anticipating a return to sort of your new normal of hybrid meetings, allowing the public to return to chambers and coming into person yourselves. And I'm here for questions and anything you need while you discuss.
Great, thanks for that, Pam. All right, folks who want to weigh in, I know people have opinions on this, I'm confident. Mark and then Nicole.
A question for Pam. Do I understand correctly that if we hit yellow, we will no longer adjust upwards if we hit red again?
That is our intention, Mark. Thank you. And that was really a decision made. We've consulted with Boulder County. I was on the phone again with the county administrator today. It's really the intention to continue to do that because the fluctuation has started to just become sort of those interruptions of service for staff and the public have become challenging. And we've seen that we can control through other mitigation measures, adapt quickly to individualized spreads when they occur.
And one clarification is we won't adapt our working operational processes, but we will adopt masking requirements.
Thank you.
Nicole, Rachel, Matt.
Thank you. Pam, I wonder if you could talk a little bit, and thank you for the presentation. I wonder if you could talk a little bit about the changes that were made to HVAC and air turnover rates and things like that post-pandemic.
Yep, thanks for that. So I can't provide you with the most technical facilities background. I don't know that we have someone on staff. I can certainly get some follow-ups. I do know that facilities looked at kind of ventilation in our busier facilities, specifically council chambers. We did install those HEPA filters. We do have those portable air circulators that we can bring in when we expect larger groups of people. So we've really done what we can to kind of maximize circulation and filtration. Any more specific than that, I would defer to one of our facilities managers for follow-up.
I can reach out on that. Thank you. I think, in general, I love the idea of trying to get back to in-person, seeing everybody again. Going back in person, I would really like to know a little bit more about the air turnover rates. I would like to know that masks will be required while we're in there, especially when we're in red. And I would love to think about potentially somewhat reduced capacity depending on the air turnover rates. So those are all things, that I would have on the front of my mind in thinking about this. But I love the idea of going back. I just want to make sure we are taking precautions, because even though we have not been able to kind of get COVID under control, it is still mutating, it is still out there, and the vaccines don't really seem to be affecting cases of long-term COVID that are incredibly disabling. And it seems to be the case that, looking at the research that's out there so far, the more you have cases of COVID, the more likely it is to leave lingering effects. This has been a mass disabling event. It will continue to be a mass disabling event. And we have a lot of people in our community, friends, family members, colleagues, neighbors, who are becoming disabled by COVID. So I would really love to see us continue precautions, because it's, while cases, hospitalizations, they're not necessarily as high as they were at some points in the pandemic. This is still affecting our community in a pretty substantial way. And we already don't really have all the services that we need to care for our disabled community. So that's sort of what's on my mind. So with some precautions to try to reduce spread, I would be open to this.
Thanks, Rachel, Matt, Tara.
We're just on questions right now, Mayor Brockett.
I feel free to mix questions and comments.
I'll think about it. One question I have is, what are our peer cities in Boulder County doing? I just texted with somebody from Superior and Louisville, and they both have been meeting in person all year, but I don't know how the rest of Boulder County is doing. And, we do have county health orders, and so it seems like maybe we'd be more in sync with what other cities near us are doing. So do we know that, perchance?
Yeah, Rachel, I can speak to that a little bit. So in speaking with the county, they would actually be in person if not for technology challenges in their chambers. So they have made that decision, but they're dealing with supply chain issues for their hybrid technology. So that is the fundamental reason Jana said that the commissioners are still meeting virtually. For the most part, our counterparts are meeting in person. Some have adapted masks depending on COVID levels, as we have, but we're really seeing, in general, we are one of the slowest communities really in the country to kind of return to in person.
So that was my impression too. So thank you for hitting that nail right on the head. And then second, under what we previously decided and opted into, if the colors changed in the right direction this very night, what's the first day that we could go back? So, because I think people may have planned, like, we know there's no way that we will be back by August 10th or whatever. And I'm sure both staff and council members are sort of looking at that and maybe planning virtual attendance. So, if we play it forward from tonight, what's the earliest date that we could go back? I hope that makes sense.
So is that directed at me? Rachel? Because I'm happy.
Maria, I don't know, like whoever.
It doesn't matter. I'm trying not to jump in, Pam, but I'm happy wherever you.
Yeah, I'm happy to jump in. So as an organization, Rachel, again, we don't want to make a change until we drop back into yellow. We just think having that sort of final trigger is a good idea. That said, our intention is when we get that first CDC sign that we're back in yellow, we're going to give it a week to make sure that yellow has been sustained. And then we plan to begin kind of permanent return to business as usual. And so how that applies to you, you have some flexibility. That said, what we would be looking at would be, I think the earliest really we would be looking at August, just because we have agreed that study sessions will remain virtual anyway. So the last meeting of July is a study session anyway. And certainly staff would appreciate, a week or two to get back, brush up council chambers, do our sort of reset for folks to come back in. So I think beyond that, it's kind of up to you all if you want to give yourself a little more time, like you mentioned, to adjust schedules and things like that.
Okay, but sort of for anybody planning for, watching the color codes or whatever, if we jumped into yellow tonight, it would be just 1 week from then. I'm not suggesting we do that.
Yeah, so, and we remained in red as of tonight. So the earliest we would get the signal that we are in yellow is a week from Thursday.
Great, that helps. Thank you. That's exactly what I needed. Thank you.
Matt, Chair Lauren.
Thanks, Aaron, and appreciate the information, Pam. And I think just for clarity, to Rachel's last question, she asked a couple of the ones I was going to ask. We were in that place where we had to be in green for 21 days in order to return to person, right? And so I think that may have been where Rachel's question was going, is the original anticipation of people's calculus was nothing's happening until we even get to green before the clock starts for 21 days. And so I just want to clarify that was the original anticipation. I know things are changing, but I just wanted to clarify where Rachel's point was, I think. And so I just want to make that point out. Question I have is with regards to in-person. If council returns in person, would it be just all at once? Because I think regardless of where we're at with the numbers, there was some desire that we kind of let council get calibrated before we welcome the public. Is there still desire to transition, or when we're back, it's all for one type mentality? So I was wondering if there is some intermediateness to that.
I would venture to say that is up to that's your call. We could do it either way, and we will be at the ready. We had initially wanted to transition because we were coming back all together in the beginning, just starting all with council and staff coming back together. But if you want to build in a transition, we can certainly do that.
And then Lauren.
Not me.
Tara, yes, go Tara.
Okay, so I'm not blaming anybody. So don't take it personally. When we had our May meeting and had what I would call a COVID outbreak of sorts, did we have the HEPA air filters at that time, or would they put in after that?
Yes, we did. And we had put in those 2 portable air filtration devices as well in council chambers.
So I guess it didn't work, right? Because we had an outbreak. Just throwing that out there. So good for us. I'm going to go with Nicole on this. I really don't I haven't gotten COVID yet. I can't believe it, but I don't want long COVID. And I think I would rather wait till green, personally. I know everybody's excited to get back, but I'm not that comfortable. We didn't even have I don't know why that was. We didn't have any of the public, and we still had that rather large outbreak. So that's all I have to say. I'm not comfortable, but obviously the will of council. So.
Lauren, Rachel, Mark.
From a technology standpoint, do we have any limitations on the number of people who can be virtual during a meeting?
So I welcome Sarah Huntley to correct me on that. I said in the meeting. That said, we would not have any greater limitation than we do now. So the Zoom kind of the Zoom on the back end would run very similarly to as it does now. And I see Sarah popped on just in case there's a fact check there.
I believe that our current license allows us to have up to 1,000 participants virtually in any one session. We could also always upgrade that if we felt like we needed to for a particular topic.
So if some of us, but not all of us, felt comfortable returning to in person, we could also potentially allow the number of people who felt comfortable meeting in person to meet in person and allow people who preferred not to. Is that?
So just to be clear, when I said 1,000 participants, that includes panelists who are council members and staff as well as the public. From a technology perspective, you absolutely could. My understanding is that there could possibly be some code amendments and or charter changes that would need to happen. Teresa could talk about that for council members to be allowed to participate. Right now, we're under a public health emergency provision that allows for this, but as an ongoing basis, there might be some policy making that needs to happen, but there's no technological prohibition to it.
Do you mind if I colloquy on that, follow up on that, Lauren?
Please.
So Teresa, do you mind speaking to that? Because I know that like on day 10 of the pandemic, we passed an ordinance that I thought allowed for remote participation from council members. And maybe it was just emergency orders, but I didn't think it was. So can you clarify, please?
Sure. Good evening, Mayor. Teresa Taylor Tate, City Attorney. I do believe that this would require a code change to allow virtual participation. Currently, in Title 2 of our code, it contemplates in-person participation. We are currently preparing an ordinance like that, and it could be put on the agenda and passed by emergency such that it could take effect immediately.
Great, but nothing in the charter then. It was all things we could change ourselves with an ordinance?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, thanks for clarifying. Thanks, Lauren. Did you have anything else?
I guess just to follow up that, sort of what I'm feeling is I'm personally comfortable returning to in person, but I don't want to impose that on people who are not feeling comfortable with that.
Very good. Rachel, Mark, and I'll call on myself.
Yeah, thanks, Pam, for teeing this up. So I've been an advocate for returning to in person for a while, so I'm unlikely to surprise anyone with where I'm going with this. But I think we all ran for this office to serve the community. I think that many of us have other jobs or go to restaurants and live our lives, and I'm not clear why we are one of the last places in the country to think that it's important to get back to in person. I think that humans, for millennia and centuries have, not conducted government, strictly in writing. Like we get together and we psychologically, I think there's value to us debating and being in the same place. And I think that some of that's been lost, having done it both ways. So I understand that it's still a pandemic or possibly moving into endemic. But I don't see this changing anytime soon. Like I think we are in a phase of COVID where we are trying to figure out how to live with it and through it and keep ourselves safe. So I think we should focus on ways to have the room safe, if that's masking, if it's limiting people there. But I think that it's beyond time that we're doing the job that we signed up to do in person and hopefully with the public there as well. Thanks.
Thanks, Mark. And me?
Well, I'd have to disagree a little bit with my colleague. I don't think there's any question but that we're doing the job we signed up to do. I recognize the benefits of being in person. I think everyone on this council would prefer to be in person, but I have had COVID. I didn't enjoy it very much and would not really want to try it again. And for those of us who have family members who are immune compromised, I would be very, very reluctant to appear in person under conditions other than green. I understand other cities may have a different view. I'm simply expressing mine. It would not be very congenial to me to have to show up when I've got family members who are more subject to infection and dire consequences. That's just me.
Thanks, Mark. I'll call on myself and say I'm comfortable following the city organization's lead here. I think what you've come up with is a reasonable approach of when we hit yellow, then we go mostly back to in person and then take it from there. And a lot of that is motivated by the county public health guidance, right? Like they have certain circumstances where they highly recommend doing things virtual or requiring masking. A meeting such as this is not something that they're saying you should not do. And I don't believe they require masks for this kind of gathering either. Not to say that we can't mask, I'm not saying that, but anyway, that is the current public health guidance. And that I know I'm trying to not have too many indoor commitments, but I have to say for me personally, I am occasionally going to meetings that are inside. So that is happening around the community. And I also find it somewhat persuasive that essentially all of our peer cities have been meeting in person for some time. That said, I don't want to force anybody to do anything that they're not comfortable with. And so I am very willing to, whenever we decide to go back in person, if some council members are not comfortable with that, I think it's perfectly fine. If we do a hybrid model for council members, and happy to pass an ordinance to enable that, because I don't want to force anybody to do something they're not comfortable with for themselves or their family. Bob.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with Aaron along those lines. I think, well, first of all, I think we'd all agree that it's suboptimal to have some council members in person and some virtual. So I wouldn't want that arrangement to exist for very long. It sounds like there's some council members who are keen to get back to in person. There's some council members who have some more concern about doing that before they're ready or before they feel the health authorities feel that we're ready. So I think what we're trying to do is kind of accommodate everybody to the best we can. One of the things that I think we still have yet to talk about, and maybe we'll start to talk about in a few minutes, is once this is over, if it ever is over, what are our rules going forward? Because we've had some discussion about some things, but I think we need to tie them down relating to study sessions. I think we agreed that study sessions would all be remote, but we can reaffirm that. And I think we've talked about, but we haven't really come to definitive conclusion about the optionality of council members to occasionally participate remotely. Again, this has nothing to do with COVID or illness. This just has to do with just the imposition of life, where sometimes council members might find themselves traveling, or maybe they do or are feeling under the weather, or whatever reason. Tara would be a good example tonight. If we were back to in person, I think that we would want to accommodate Tara to participate virtually because of what she's managing tonight. So I think a discussion, it's either tonight or at some point, about making that flexibility for council meetings. Maybe it's 2 or 3 meetings a month per council member. I don't know what we'll come to, but that was a long way of leading up to agreeing with Aaron that perhaps what we could do between now and the end of the year is to say, hey, listen, let's go back to in person in the next month or so, or whenever we get hit yellow, I guess. But if there are still council members or staff members who feel uncomfortable with that, they can participate virtually. And then hopefully we're before long, we're all in green. And then we just would roll into this kind of 2 times a year or 3 times a year virtual optionality. So maybe there's a little bit of a, no pun intended, hybrid between hybrid and where we are right now. And Aaron, I don't know how you feel about that idea where we could go back to in person soon for those who feel comfortable, keep the virtual option without limit, without this 2 to 3 times a year limit, at least for the rest of the year. And then we could, if we're dead in green zone in the next 3 to 6 months, move to some sort of like 2 or 3 times a year optionality. I don't know how you feel about that.
Well, thanks for that, Bob. I'll let others weigh in. Matt and Nicole.
Thanks, Aaron. Well, I hear Bob's point, but I'm struggling with sort of the ping pong because going back to full thing, and then another variant comes and we're changing our rules again. I think we have to be at a state where we're providing maximum flexibility, and I don't think it's appropriate for us to have quotas on people for their attendance based on circumstance, be it for themselves, travel, or the fact that we're in a pandemic. So I think we just need to make one, I think we should take one step and we let that be for a while before we start thinking about what the sort of expiration of that is going forward. I do think that if we allow the public back in, I think we do need to consider, especially if we are, again, we keep moving the goalposts, and this has been a national issue, but we're doing the same. And I think we need to be careful doing that with regards to how that's viewed upon by our community. And so I do think it's probably appropriate for us to consider that if we do allow the public back in and we're in a state of yellow, that they got to have their masks on or reduced attendance. I think we have to be pretty clear with that going forward. And I don't see why that would be too much of an impedance on anybody, other than we're just trying to keep people safe in that capacity. So my vote would be let's if we go, you know, I would be okay going with, if we go yellow, we can go in, but I want to maintain maximum flexibility for hybrid working and meeting, and those that want to at their leisure, no quotas. Let's just work on that and then see what that does for a while. We might go in and out of green or yellow and red, but that's life. That's going to be COVID life for the foreseeable future, is going in and out of that. So in any event, that would be my suggestion of maximum flexibility, and we kind of move forward with that. So appreciate it.
Thanks, Matt. Nicole and Tara.
Thanks. I agree with Bob and Matt around the concept of kind of flexibility and allowing us to do whatever feels the most appropriate for us. What I want to make sure of, though, is that we're being really inclusive of everybody who is not comfortable being here in person or being at our meetings in person. Just making sure that we're welcoming everybody, however we show up, because I think Mark was spot on, right? We're all serving our community, whether we're in our homes or in council chambers. And I think we just want to make sure that that everybody is still feeling like they're a part of our team, regardless of where they are. So I would imagine that's something that could be brainstormed with staff, with some of us, just trying to figure out how we can make sure that we're still feeling cohesive, even with some folks in different places.
Thanks for that, Nicole. Great point. Tara?
Well, a few things. First of all, our meetings are 4 to 5 hours often. So I don't know if other cities in Colorado have 4 to 5 hour meetings. That's probably was one of our problems. I recently had friends go to a conference of 500 people, 250 people got COVID, something like that. So I agree with Matt. We really don't know what the future is going to bring. We actually have no idea. I think we should maintain flexibility. Like he said, I'm fine to do yellow with masks as long as I don't want to get my little granddaughter sick, so I'm going to be pretty careful the next 3 months. And as long as we have the flexibility, and like Nicole said, really good point, Nicole, there's respect among us. Me, I visit community members and I'm comfortable to do that. It's outside, it's one-on-one, but when I feel comfortable, I'm dedicated to this community, but it's just it just has to do with our meetings and how long they are and how close we are to each other. So, and our alleged HVAC upgrades, no offense. Didn't mean that in a bad way.
Thanks, Tara. Okay, well, and one point I do want to make too about if and when we come back to in person is that please don't attend a meeting in person if you're at all sick. Okay, like if you have a little bit of the sniffles or cough or something like that, please don't show up. And we might consider doing a morning of test, just if you're feeling even remotely under the weather, because to try to minimize the chance that anybody's getting. It's not perfect, but just want to get that out there. And just Bob had a question earlier. I think in some future point where we really feel like we're past COVID, let's just imagine such a place. Then I think maybe having some kind of quota on being remote for meetings can make sense. But I wouldn't do it in the near term, right? So I'd want to preserve that flexibility for folks to continue attending remotely for a good long time while safety was at all a question, would be my thought on that. And Rachel has her hand up, and then I'll try to wrap this up.
Just real quick on the point of possibly testing on now Thursdays, I wanted to make sure that everyone's aware that your insurance companies have to reimburse you or send you 8 free COVID tests a month per person, per family member. So, if you've got 2 kids, you're getting, 32 tests. There's 5 in my family. Like it's 40 tests that, everybody can test 8 times. So just want to encourage people that there are free ways to do that. And hopefully, I think that actually if you're on the federal Medicare, maybe you don't get it, but a lot of people do get free tests. And I don't know, Nuri, if there's a way to offer, if the city can acquire tests, and that doesn't cover the public, although to members of the public, you also, everybody, the whole country gets 8 free tests per person per month. Use them.
You get a free test, and you get a free test. Okay. Okay. Well. Once again, we're a little bit all over the place.
I think Pam had a clarifying thing, Mayor. I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, Pam.
I appreciate, because I think you were just headed to sort of establish the consensus, but I just want to ask one clarifier with the lack of quota, which I appreciate that flexibility. Do you want some sort of mechanism to identify, like, the Monday of that week folks' intention to come in person? The reason I ask is I can imagine a scenario where it ends up being like staff come to present in person to one council member who's sitting at the dais by themselves and so on. So I don't want to overcomplicate your discussion here, but I am curious if there's an opportunity to maybe set sort of like an in-person quorum is the wrong word because that means something different, but sort of a concept of at least 3 people are going to show up if anyone's going to show up, that sort of thing.
Can I ask one thing? If there's only one person, can it be like a Game of Thrones throne just for that one person?
You get the mayor's seat, whoever the one person is, a big one. Yeah, I mean, we can stay in touch and communicate on we might have folks that say, you know what, I'm just not coming in person for a while, and let us know. And then other people say, yeah, I'm going to come in person. But then if you get sick, you're not going to come. So maybe we can just have some informal communication, or not informal, but stay in touch as we figure this out. Because I hear you, like maybe there's a threshold of you need at least 3 to come. But I doubt that that's going to be an issue. I'll just say that. So then what I'm hearing is, there's a fair number of us who are comfortable following the city's approach. There are a fair number who are cautious about that, and then some other folks are not ready to come back in person. And so maybe what this means is we could say, all right, let's generally follow the city's lead, but not with a super quick, oh, it's yellow, we're coming back next, in 3 days. So we get some buffer zone to check in with people, and confirm that that's where we're headed. Not necessarily at council, I just mean with an email out to folks, and then get an ordinance passed to ensure that people can attend remotely as they desire. And to Nicole's point, make sure that we don't privilege, points of view that are in person or remote, that we all have equal participation. Does that work for folks? Mary, I see a finger.
Yeah, just a couple of things that I heard too. And I think in addition to what you just said, Mayor, I just want to make sure that I've heard correctly, that we as a city will be requiring masks when we get to red, because that is what CDC recommends. We will not be doing that for staff in yellow. And what I heard in the conversation here is that perhaps there is a desire from council to require masking, at least from the public, if it is in yellow. And if it's from the public, I think we have to be consistent, and that will apply to staff and to council members as well. So I think there's some legal research about limiting. There was also a conversation about limiting capacity and what that may do. So I think we have staff and Teresa looking at you to say, let's do a little bit more work and come back. But I just wanted to make sure that I heard the limitation and enforcement of that, of capacity when we're in, I heard yellow, but certainly you all can correct me if that's yellow, and I mean, red, certainly we will do, but I heard yellow. And if it is the desire that I heard correctly that the public, and that would mean the staff and council members, would also be masking up in yellow.
Are there objections to masking up in yellow? I guess to Nuria's point. I'm not seeing any. I certainly get less enthusiastic about being in person, but with a mask, but I also want to minimize transmission. So Matt and Lauren.
Yeah, I mean, I'll comment just because I had sort of, I think I had alluded that was a place of interest for me. I do understand consistency, but I also want to recognize proximity that is different for the abundance of people packed in shoulder to shoulder in that abundance in the audience versus a handful of us having to then also have dialogue with mask on and off, and that the cumbersome nature of that. And I don't know if that matters in the eye of the law, but from a functional perspective, it does make a bit of a difference in terms of how functionally useful being in person is with that for those of us having to speak a lot. So that I don't know if that difference matters in the eye of the law, but for me, it does make some difference when you're packing a bunch of people out in the public together. It's less, so that's where a differentiator for me makes a lot of sense, but I do understand consistency to some extent.
Well, and to be fair, I'm not passing judgment, obviously, on any of these. It was more, if CDC guidelines, how they speak of proximity is 6 feet, and we don't have that on the council dais. And so if we're going to enforce something that is a requirement to enter, then I think we have to, and again, this is why we need some more legal consideration, that we have to figure out what does that look like if we don't have the ability to separate out in distance. And so I just wanted to take that back and make sure that I heard that there was some ask to maybe consider that for yellow as well, and before we move forward, because it's easy with the CDC guidance to know that that's the case for red.
Lauren?
Yeah, I mean, personally, I support following the county guidelines sort of as they're laid out for various types of events. To me, that just feels like the clearest and most consistent way of dealing with it. I worry a little bit by requiring something that's not in line with what the rest of the county is doing. We would catch people off guard and just cause a little bit more confusion and chaos. And if we are allowing people to participate remotely, both council members and public, to me, it seems like there's opportunity for people to participate at their comfort level. And that is really important to me, and that would already be there. So I would support just following the county guidelines.
Yeah, thanks, Lauren. So maybe, Nuria, this is something to be looked into and come back to us with. I tend to go towards Lauren's direction about following county guidelines, but we want to be both legal and safe. We also, if we are masking, there could be like, hey, if you're speaking, you might have the option of taking your mask off so you can make yourself heard. It's another possibility. So maybe y'all can think about that a little bit more and come back to us.
Absolutely.
Okay. Good enough on that one? All right, we just sped through the first one. I know that was a challenging one, but I think we can be a little quicker as we move.
And possibly the second one, actually. Pam.
So the second one was actually the question that Bob had raised about establishing council rules of procedure for allowances for sort of how much you can participate virtually. So based on your conversation you just had, it sounds like we should table number 2 and bring it back to you at your retreat in January.
That sounds good.
Okay.
Yeah,
perfect. Then we're on number 3 and I'll turn it back to Taylor. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Dan.
All right, thank you. And Emily's bringing those slides back up. Thanks so much, Emily. So we've knocked out the first 2, and just to give us all an idea of what the rest of the night looks like, we do have around 21 proposals to address. Tara, thanks for laughing. Now, a big chunk of those do fall in the board and commission category. And as Aaron mentioned, there is a staff proposal to perhaps defer those conversations for later. So we'll see how this all shakes out, but I'm happy to lead into number 3. And all 3 of these here on this slide kind of revolve around the reality that we have around COVID. Council training and travel budget certainly isn't directly related to COVID, but COVID has unfortunately brought about some new realities when it comes to travel, just the safety of doing so and the cost of doing so. So we wanted to talk a little bit about the training and travel budgets, especially as in-person opportunities are ramping up and becoming more available. Some of you have actually pursued those. And our recommendation is beginning in 2023 to restructure the council travel budgets. Currently, travel budgets allot $20,000 annually for group travel. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean you all go places as a group. What that is actually referring to is the council committee assignments that we did last winter. So assignments on organizations such as the National League of Cities, the Metro Mayor's Caucus, the Colorado Municipal League, things like that. To the extent that there are opportunities that you would like to pursue as a representative of a committee, you may use the group travel budget to fulfill those hotel costs, any airfare, food, conference registration, things of that nature. And then an additional travel budget is allotted for each individual council member, and that currently stands at $1,500. We did reduce it in 2021 because of some cost-saving measures, and also just frankly, there wasn't as many opportunities available because of the pandemic. We restored that budget this year. But our recommendation would be to eliminate the group travel fund and redistribute the money to your individual funds, with the mayor receiving just a little bit more to carry out their additional and unique duties as mayor. And budgets were slightly increased to account for the inflation that we've been noticing. And council members, this would be helpful because council members could have greater flexibility in perhaps sharing funds. If council members aren't using their own funds, they could transfer it to others. So the new proposal would be for the mayor to have an annual travel budget of $5,000 and individual council members to have an annual travel budget of $4,000. Just as a reminder, council members are held to the same standards as employees when it comes to the use of their travel funds. Those requirements are outlined in one of the attachments to the memo on travel policy. So with that, I will leave it to council for discussion. Just also, as we move through this presentation, we'll be continuing to bring up the PowerPoint to talk through what the proposals are, but bringing them down for your discussion. So it's going to kind of be an up-down situation, but we hope that that helps support your robust conversations.
Thanks, Taylor. Appreciate the proposal. Let me just say it's well articulated. Any objections to staff's proposal for the revisions of travel budgets? Can't see everybody's face, but nobody's raising their hand. So are we comfortable with this? All right, okay. Seeing generally thumbs up. Great. I think this is an excellent revision of the program, Taylor. Thanks for the thoughtfulness with which you and other folks put that together.
Absolutely. We can move on to the next slide. So the next 2 proposals come from the Council Subcommittee on Engagement and a Welcoming Environment, though that the council members that currently represent that are Bob Yates and Rachel Friend. So I will go ahead and pass it to Councilmember Yates to walk through these 2 proposals.
Thanks, Taylor. I'll just walk through the proposals very quickly, and if I get any of it wrong, Rachel or Taylor or Sarah or Ryan can correct me. Really 2 proposals. One is kind of a back to the future. Those have been on council for a while remember that before COVID, occasionally council members, particularly during open comment, would, when a speaker finished their 2-minute presentation, could if they wanted to raise their hand and be recognized by the mayor and ask a community member who was speaking in open comment a question or two. It didn't happen real often, but maybe once a night or so, once or twice a night, there may be a follow-up question or clarifying. It was not intended to give the speaker an extra minute or two to speak. It was simply a genuine question. And so what the committee is recommending is that if a council member has a question of a community member who's just spoken at open comment, they raise their hand, the mayor would call on them. They could ask a question of that community member and let the community member have a reasonable time to answer that question or follow up on that. This would obviously always be at the discretion of the mayor. We wouldn't want it to be abused to extend people's times, but sometimes we have legitimate questions and we're desperate to ask them. And also, I think there's a sense that this is a bit of a one-way communication. We kind of sit here and smile and listen to 20 people give 2-minute presentations. And I think to the extent that there could be a little back and forth interaction, I think that would make community members feel good and might educate council members. So that's recommendation number 1. And I'll pause there to see if there's any questions or clarifications.
Great, thanks for that, Bob. I'll just ask, this is something we used to do on relatively regularly. Does anybody object to bringing this option back in today's day and age? I'm not seeing any thumbs downs, so very good. And then I would just add the caveat of please do keep it to questions you would really like the answer to, or that you think it's really important for the community to hear, and not be too indiscriminate with it. But I trust that people wouldn't do that anyway. So thanks.
The next slide, the second of the 2 recommendations that the committee that Rachel and I are on are throwing out there, really nothing immediate, but council members have been very generous with their time in signing up for chats with council and some walks with council. You see there on the slide several that are coming up here in the next couple of months. One thought that the committee had is perhaps also making council members available at some of the community festivals. There's a lot of festivals, particularly downtown. There's Arts Festival that just this month. There's a Tulip Festival in the spring. There's a Fall Fest coming up in September. Of course, the Boulder Creek Festival in May. Our open space department and sometimes our parks department often have booths or tents at those things. So this is not unusual to have the city participate. If you went to the Jewish festival a few weeks ago, you saw the rabbis got together and had a tent, and they called it the rabbi's living room. And anybody could just come in and sit down in an easy chair and have a conversation with the rabbi. So the thought we had is that, maybe at one of these festivals, probably not this year because the time is short, but maybe planning for the spring, we could get a tent at one of these downtown festivals, and council members could sign up for maybe 2-hour or 3-hour stints, and just in a very casual environment in chairs, not a table, allow community members to sit down and chat with us. We'd probably want some staffing just to make sure there was a good flow of community members coming in and out, that no one dominated the time. And sometimes, as you all know from participating in chats, there's some follow-up necessary, and staff is very, very helpful in recording that and tracking that follow-up. So we just wanted to see if there was an interest by council members to pilot this, maybe starting in the spring, in addition to, or perhaps in lieu of, a chat or walk with council, to actually have maybe a council attend at one of these community festivals.
Thanks, Bob. Chair's got her hand up.
I would like to do that right now, Bob. I would do it at the next festival. That's right up my alley. So you can sign me up immediately.
Thanks for raising that and your enthusiasm, Tara. Actually, I was enthusiastic too. And there is a fall festival coming up the weekend of September 17th. And Rachel and I had originally suggested we do that then. But then reality kind of came crashing in, and staff suggested that maybe that was a little bit too quick. That's, of course, that nothing prevents a council member from walking around at any of these festivals with your badge on and identifying yourself and having whatever conversations you want with community members. But staff recommended maybe waiting until the spring to actually have a formal tent and a chat place.
I'm in, and I'm going to walk around by myself with my badge.
Great, thanks for that suggestion, Bob. Any objections to this idea of going to festivals? I'm not seeing any. I love this idea too. I think it sounds like lots of fun. So, great way to engage things. Yes.
could just jump in here real quick, I did want to just daylight over the last few months, I've been working with various partners throughout the community to plan some of our upcoming walks with and chats with council for the remainder of 2022. I plan to send out an email shortly after this meeting, perhaps tomorrow, but if not, early next week, soliciting participation for each of these. I just have dates and times listed here and not more of the sort of partner and event information, what organization, what if it's going to be topic driven, what would it be? And things like that. And that's just because we haven't quite finalized everything. I consider things finalized when we get you guys to sign up for them. And so just you be looking out for an email from me to get your participation in these planned chats and walks for the rest of 2022.
Sounds good. All right. Well, Bob and Rachel, thanks so much for bringing these forward for our consideration. As you can see, they're smash hits. So appreciate your efforts.
Move on to the next slide. So for this portion, Aaron, I will leave it to you.
Okay, very good. So folks, the order here is a little different from in the memo. I tried to organize it with some of the easier ones up front. So we'll see that we can get through them, and then there are probably some closer to the end that will merit a little bit more discussion. But our first suggestion, and these do not have people assigned to them. So if I say something wrong or anybody wants to add color, like, oh no, that was my idea and you totally botched it, please do just raise your hand and we'll get you the opportunity to speak. So the first one was about ensuring that new council members learn about process changes that had been agreed to by previous councils or their own council. And so the change that was requested was when council members are onboarded during orientation to add a specific review of the past 2 years of process changes to that onboarding process. This seems like a non-controversial one, so I just want to see anybody have objections to this one. And not seeing any, shaking head, so great, thanks, good suggestion. Next one was a legal refresher on open meetings. So this is just a suggestion for staff to review with council members, maybe with a memo or offline or possibly at a meeting, the open meetings rules, exactly how the open meetings rules works, because they're a little tricky, and so want to make sure that we get them right, because of course we can be subjected to legal liability if we don't do it right. Matt?
Well, yes, I appreciate that, Aaron. I would just be curious because the new ones on council, we had this as part of our orientation, and it was really helpful. And so I'm curious, were you specifically setting that out more of an annual basis and not necessarily part of orientation, or do you think once you know it, you know it? Because I'm just wondering how that's really different from the point one, where you have it part of onboarding and orientation, but maybe these separated from that.
So I'm not sure who this suggestion came from, but I think it was to make sure that the knowledge was fresh in everybody's minds, because it is so important. And maybe once or twice we've seen people just a little bit off on them. Teresa, do you want to speak to this?
Sure, Mayor, I'm happy to. Now that certainly we do cover this in orientation, and we would intend to continue to do that. But once you've had a chance to sort of work with the rules a while and had some interactions with your other council members, sometimes a refresher can be helpful because you have more context. And I would say the same thing about the quasi-judicial process rules, which is the next item.
That's helpful for me. But for maybe the tenured council members, this was part of orientation, which was great. But just so you know that some of this is already getting distributed out, and if it's a more regular cadence of reminders, I'm cool with that too. But just for clarity, because I thought that was great stuff when we got onboarded.
And so, Teresa, would you envision this being like a memo with a refresher, or a conversation at the end of a meeting, or what's your thought?
I'm envisioning these as a short conversation during matters from the city attorney at an upcoming meeting.
Very good. All right. Well, does anyone have any objection to a refresher on open meetings and quasi-judicial process rules from city attorney at some upcoming meeting. Okay, I'm not seeing any objections. So Teresa, you will accept your offer. Thank you so much. This next slide, please. All right, so this is about encouraging the Council Agenda Committee to be more active in rearranging schedules when there's a large number of signups for public hearings. So this is about rewriting a bit of the CAC mission in the Council Procedures, Section 3. So it currently reads, CAC's mission is to representing the views of the entire City Council. The Agenda Committee, number one, sets the agenda and then add the text and balances anticipated time for council meetings and study sessions, 2, comments on written agenda materials, et cetera, et cetera. And I will just say that that CAC does its best at this already. So I think this is a great suggestion to write it in here because it's a really important part of its role. So I'll just add that I think it's already something that we strive for, but it's really good to make it explicit. I'll just add that commentary. Tara?
I have a question to add on to the CAC portion, and that is, does CAC ever say no to requests to add things onto the meetings? I'm just bringing that up because we have an awful lot of I'm not saying things aren't emergencies, but we have a really tight schedule, and to just keep adding things with the CAC not saying no, and that includes anything I ask. I'm not putting myself on a pedestal here. I just wanted to bring that up and ask what is protocol.
Very good. Well, Tara, I will say that for small suggestions, like an item under matters for 10 or 15 minutes, that I think CAC generally tries to be responsive to council requests. If it's a larger suggestion, like if somebody asks for an entire meeting on one topic, that might be something that we say, well, not that, or how about a smaller version of that? Or if a council member was really insistent on that larger ask, that might be something that we might bring to the council to check in on. Because I think the way we've been approaching it is been to say, for a request that is a reasonable request, to not just generally say no outright. But like there was one recently to have an item addressed in the meeting that seemed like it was better addressed with a memo from the city attorney. So that was one where we did not add it to the meeting, but instead we got a memo from Teresa. So it does happen. Matt, do you want to add?
Yeah, only just that I think the goal on this is actually made easier because now we're on Thursdays, right? I think there's a lot more grace with regards to maybe what we do for the next meeting, where it was maybe taboo to rearrange the upcoming meeting on the Monday of, so to speak, of that meeting. But now that we have Monday and a meeting not till Thursday, I think there's some grace added that I think we can do more of this rearranging just naturally, just for that impending meeting, without feeling like we can't give notice or we're putting staff in a bind. So maybe this sort of naturally takes care of itself a little bit just based on our moving to Thursdays.
Yeah, I was just saying it in regards to shaving off. I know we're all trying to shave off a little time from some of these meetings, so that was just a thought.
Very good. Well, and certainly if anyone feels like the balance is off, I would welcome feedback, so feel free to drop me an email if you feel like things aren't quite going the way you think is appropriate or best. Okay, that being said, does anyone object to adding these 4 words to this part of the procedures? Okay, I'm not seeing any yeses that you object, so it sounds like we're good on this one. Next slide, please. Okay, so this one's about during council meetings, no vote taken or new matter commenced after 10:30 p.m. And here's our existing process. I'm not going to read the whole thing, well, I will just say I will mea culpa here. I do not always do these check-ins perfectly as we move through the meeting. So I need to follow this more closely. So I can promise that to reread this a few times and do a little better at this. But I was not sure about the specific suggestion for changes. So would anyone like to pop up and see something in this language that they would like to be different or a different change to this process? Not seeing anybody raising their hand. So are we good enough if I just say I'll do better? Let's Mark.
I don't think it's that we require different language. We require better discipline among ourselves in terms of following these guidelines. And it's not just you, Aaron, it's all of us collectively. And you know, that no language will prevent us from exceeding these limits if we don't have that kind of self-discipline. I just urge us to have it.
Fair point. Nicole?
I just wanted to echo Mark. I think it's also within CAC, right? As we get to know each other better, like there were a lot of new council members who came on this term. As we get to know each other better, we likely have some ideas around the things that we're going to have more or fewer questions around. And hopefully we can, those of us as we're rotating through CAC, and Aaron, you and Rachel can just kind of be mindful of that as well. I do feel like we're getting a little bit better in managing, not just managing time, but scheduling time, right? Planning for how we're going to be talking as well. So maybe it's something we can just continue to remind ourselves about.
One point. I will say that like the 9 o'clock agenda check is something I almost never do. Like if I'm pretty confident we're going to wrap up by 10 o'clock, I don't do a formal 9 o'clock agenda check, but that's one I can do a little bit more of in particular. Rachel?
Can you demonstrate right now at 9:10 what that would look like?
Yeah, so this one is an easy one. Okay, so it's 9:10. We're in our last agenda item. So let's try to get through this before 10:30 so that we can end our meeting by the 10:30 time that we've agreed that we will end all our meetings by, if at all possible. So there we go. Good time check. We got an hour and 20 minutes. So let's see if we can get through the rest of these process changes. How was that, Rachel?
I loved it, and I think it was important to note. Thank you.
Right on. Okay, good enough here. Why don't we move on to the next slide? Okay, running list of questions raised during meetings. So the change being considered is a more formal tracking of follow-up items from council meetings. And Rachel, did this one come from you?
I think so.
You want to talk a little bit more about your vision here?
Sure. Well, sometimes in meetings, you're very busy and you're not taking good notes. And if you do, you're not going back to them. I don't think that as a body, we do a great job of tracking what was agreed to during a meeting, what maybe staff promised that they would follow up and get back to us on, what actually got back to us, like where did that information come back? I did take a stab at it like early on as pro tem. Some of you may recall me reaching out and saying, I'm gonna try and track that. And I failed. So I just think that it is, sometimes it'll occur to me, shoot, we just never heard back on that. And it's not until the agenda item comes back up and then we're wasting time in meeting being like, well, what happened last year when we looked at it? So it would just be great if there was a way for, if there was some kind of a running list of like, here's what we are, here's what, we agreed to follow up on, here's where that happened, here was the outcome, and like, here's the staff contact or something. That'd be one person's vision.
Thanks for that, Rachel. So if I could just make a comment on this to start, I like it. I think this concept is really a good one. And then I think maybe the challenge we might need to address is what constitutes a follow-up that requires, or an item that requires being tracked. And so I wonder, is this something where we could have a category where council members like, I'd like to add this to the formal follow-up list, something like that. So then staff's not trying to comb through a 4-hour tape and be like, wait, which were the things that we said that we would come back to?
Yeah, I would hope that somebody's just tracking it in real time and that it's vested with someone who's not speaking at the meeting and trying to, sort of track it like that. But So I'll go back to like an early meeting when I did try and track it for one meeting, the types of things I wrote down where I think Matt had asked on, we were looking at severe weather shelter, I think, and Matt had asked something about like, can wind be a trigger? You know, high wind advisory be a triggering event? And I think Lauren had asked about, you know, do we look at something equivalent in the building industry? Lauren, you like where you watch for chopped off fingers before you count deaths, and that maybe can anticipate, you know, that there's, you know, danger in the way that something's happening. So were we tracking that? And I don't know that we got, and again, those are, I think, just leaping in mind because I happen to have written them down at the time, but those are the sorts of things that I, you know, where it was said, like, we'll get back to you on that. And I don't know that was gotten back to. Maybe it was. And I would say it would also be helpful to go to all of council, not just Matt and Lauren who asked the questions. So I don't know, for me, it's anytime staff would say like, we'll get back to you on that, I think that would trigger it.
Nuria, do you want to offer thoughts on how this might work?
Yeah, and I think we have been talking about that internally, and I appreciate the very last point you made, Rachel, that I think we've been thinking, and we'll continue to bring something to you. We've been thinking of a system where we can do that live and perhaps compile that for the meeting, because it is true that sometimes we can all have different interpretations of what that is. I think it also would be a benefit to make sure that we're responding to all of council, because sometimes we have gotten back to people, but it's to the individual person who had a question. And we've said, oh, you know what, we'll take that offline. And we spoke. So sometimes it's a actual ask, and sometimes it's, can we have an offline conversation? And that happens as well. So we've been giving it a little bit of thought and allow us to continue to do that, but we hear it and we're going to be responsive to that as we move forward. The other thing I may note too is that we may have to come back as we're looking at those and determine with you all if that is actually just a question that we're following up on, or is that like a request for staff action that may require a different kind of action. It may require a nod, it may require something else, but I think actually tracking it will help us do that. And so we think it can be a useful consideration, a useful tool for ourselves as well, and have been thinking in CMO about how best to do that. So we will get back to you on that. Track it.
Great. So I hear a commitment to track this item and follow up on it. Did I get that right?
That is right.
I'm gonna write that one down.
Okay. Is everybody comfortable with that approach? Okay. I'm seeing general agreement. Very good. Thanks for that, Mary. That's very helpful. Okay, next, consider balancing the impact of landmarking discussions on council agenda capacity and discuss whether changes to the process should be made. And Rachel, is this yours as well?
Could have been, but let's give other people an opportunity to see if it was theirs as well. It's something, sorry, I don't have my list right in front of me. I've just got the compiled list here.
Yeah, because I think it'd be helpful to offer a little bit more context to this request and detail. So Matt?
I may have put this down too, and so there may have been a few culprits. Certainly one I was thinking of. So I'll say a little bit about it. A couple pieces. One is a lot of landmarks come across our table, and I think one thing that would be helpful is, this is where we kind of rely somewhat on our boards and commissions a bit, that if something is unanimously supported by a board and staff agrees, I don't know if it needs to come across our desk. I mean, I think we can these are things where we can streamline, where we put faith, somewhat downstream a little bit, or I should say upstream, because it actually is starting up there before it ends up on our table. And so I think this is one of those instances where we could do that. And if there's like one dissent on a landmark, okay, sure, we'll hear it, because I think that's fair. But if it's unanimity across staff and the board, I think it's maybe a fair thing to kind of say, hey, you know what? We don't need to see it necessarily, and we can just move it on through. I think that's something we could consider on a lot of different fronts, but landmarking is one that has shown up a lot. And so anyway, that was at least my impetus for why I thought this would be something for us to consider.
And can I just a follow-up question, then I'll go to the other hands that are raised. Matt, are you talking about like putting a landmarking on the consent agenda rather than a public hearing, or something different?
That's sort of where where I was starting was at least with something like that. So that was a start. I think there might be other discussions about landmarking criteria, but that's a different beast unto itself. But certainly as it regards to our agenda, that was where I was starting it. But I can't speak to others that may have also been recommending a similar thing, if in fact there were others that put that out there on their list.
Very good. Tara, Rachel, and Lauren.
I agree with Matt on this one. And I don't know if it's appropriate or not. And if it's not, just don't even bring it up. I think the same thing for me would go with when we call things up that were approved 100% by the Planning Council. Is there something in our charter or code that says that we have to then talk about that as well? Or, but that's neither here nor there. I agree with Matt.
Very good. And well, and before Rachel and Lauren, I go to you, Brad, I see that you have popped up, Brad Muller, our new planning director. Did you want to offer a thought before I go to the other council comments?
Thank you, Your Honor. And we appreciate this question and the deliberation around it. And actually, it does lead to a much larger question of having decision-making at the lowest level possible to free up time for council. So this really could be considered one of any type of land use types of decisions. As a technical matter, it would require a code change, but those are the types of code changes we can readily bring forward. We do note in the case of landmark decisions that historically they've been fairly, not to minimize them, but fairly feel-good kinds of things where there's a willing applicant and willing consensus around it. It's been a little unusual, the number of more involved ones, maybe under this council's tenure. But that all being said, there certainly is a philosophical idea, which staff is happy to support, that would have some of that decision-making on this and potentially even other types of land use decisions at a lower level, of course, always with a call up or call up kind of option as well.
Thanks, Brad. That's very helpful. And by the way, I don't answer to Your Honor, just to be clear, but I'll take Aaron if you don't mind.
Okay, thank you.
We're kind of informal around here. Rachel and then Lauren.
Well, welcome to Brad. Good to meet you. Looking forward to meeting you in real life. I guess if I was the one who raised this, or if I were raising it, one thing I would want to look at is how the last kind of difficult landmarking decision came up for us, and it felt not ripe. Like we wanted to really delay looking at the band shell, the green space around it, and nothing was due to happen on it, and it was internally conflict. And my personal thing was like, I don't want to look at it again. We've already spent the hours now, and it like where the process triggered that would sort of require us to look at a non-ripe landmark application. If we can fix that or amend that, I would be in favor. I don't know if that's a charter change. I don't know how hard that is, but that just seemed kind of silly to me.
Yeah, we'll be happy to look into that.
Thanks, Lauren.
I was also thinking about, we could use public comment too as somewhat of a gauge. Like if there isn't anyone signed up for public comment on a landmark when it comes up, and we could ask, do we need a presentation on this? Or are we comfortable like essentially going forward with what's been decided, so that might help reduce the amount of time we spend on it.
Sure. I appreciate that, Councilmember Folkerts. I do think that we'd need to check with the city attorney's office about whether we can kind of do those on the fly, given legal noticing and some things like that. But I understand the spirit of your suggestion. Thanks, Lauren.
Ginny?
Thank you. I just have a question. I really don't know how I feel about this. I know the last time the landmarking issue that came before council, it seemed, if I remember correctly, city staff had one proposal and the landmark board had another proposal. So are we essentially saying here, if only if they are in agreement, but if they are not in agreement, then they come before council?
I would characterize what happened in terms of those competing ideas, if you will, as being a real outlier. So I really don't believe that we would need to necessarily look at trying to accommodate those kind of exceptions. But I'll talk with staff to see if that's maybe more of a situation that I'm aware of. But coming in new, I found that as an unusual dynamic that had evolved, I think, kind of organically out of the interplay of the different recommending bodies and such. But I understand the question, and we can certainly look into that better to understand that.
Thank you so much. And I think right about now, Rachel's rule come into place. So hopefully you will follow up. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Rachel's rules of order. Tara?
Just real quick, I wonder if we can, at this time, can I comment on how long a landmarking presentation even needs to be? Maybe half what they've been? Just throwing that out there. I'm trying to save time.
I appreciate that, and hopefully we are tailoring the presentation to kind of the magnitude of the issue, but we can certainly do some coaching and checking on that.
Great, Nuria, and then I'll maybe add one thing.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. And I just wanted to get some clarification. What I think we heard was, and so just wanted to be clear on it, not perhaps at this time, although I appreciate you, Brad, and your willingness to rethink some of this in the future. But at this time, what I'm hearing is a desire, everything comes to council. It's whether or not, if there is agreement between staff and the landmark board, then it can be placed on consent versus being in the call-up section. And I just wanted to make sure I was hearing that correctly. And that would require certainly a code change, so we'd bring that to council. Is that what I heard correctly?
Well, I would say that I definitely heard that, and that there seems to be some consensus on that. So that would be great to get a code change for that, but also just to think about if there are maybe other ways to streamline how we consider, landmarkings in general. So
Absolutely. I think there's two. One is the immediate change, and then if there are other ways that we can bring to you and consider whether or not that has to come to council at all, depending on the criteria, is sort of the second phase of that.
Very good.
Is that accurate?
I think so. Is that good for folks in terms of understanding the next steps?
Yep. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I would say so. Yeah, I think with regards to criteria, that may be pushed back down to the landmarks board. Is what is the criteria in which we use to even evaluate landmarking to begin with? That was maybe where I was going a little bit with that, but that we might be saying the same thing. So so pardon if it's redundant.
Thanks for that. And then, so that sounds good. And then, Tara, I just wanted to address something else that you brought up about planning board decisions. It's always up to council's discretion whether we want to call something up or not. That's entirely up to council each time. We do have a bit of a habit of having a short presentation about development projects that are of a certain scope. So even if it seems like planning board passed it unanimously and it's maybe unlikely that council would call it up, if it's 9 acres or something, that we might have a short presentation just so there's some visibility on something of that size. And we'll always take feedback if you feel like the balance isn't quite right on that. Good. All right, so moving on to number 8. Brad, thanks so much for that. That was very helpful, and it was great to have you at the meeting tonight. Look forward to working together more.
Thank you.
Council member, expectations for engaging on council-related issues outside of regular meetings. Are there courtesies council members owe each other and how they represent each other, their views as individuals, and a working body outside of regular meetings? So, Nicole, this was yours, so maybe I'll let you speak to this about exactly what you wanted to talk about here and look for, if you don't mind.
Yeah, no, I'm happy to do that. And I'm wondering for this conversation, is it okay to take down the slides so we can see each other? Thank you. This one is it's a little personal for me. It just kind of gets into some places where I'm going to be a little vulnerable. So appreciate seeing all of you since we can't have this conversation in person. So this request arose out of some statements that one of us made in a newsletter last week that misrepresented the decisions that I and others here on council have made. I really want us as a governing body to operate with accountability and transparency. So I'd like us to discuss here how we represent each other's motives and intentions in a way that's accurate and that conveys the trust we show for each other as colleagues when we're here in these meetings. As a queer woman who's never quite fit the mold for how a woman is expected to act, this type of behavior really exacerbates the mistrust that I and others in our community experience every day. Those of us who are different from the majority struggle to find acceptance and inclusion, even here in progressive Boulder. For example, no matter how many degrees or responsibilities or accomplishments I have, it takes extra work for me to be seen as someone the community can trust, to put thought and intention into my decisions. My views are often seen as weird, radical, or uninformed when they're simply coming from a different perspective that's not represented here. People of color, trans folks, disabled folks, and others in marginalized groups experience this bias even more than I do. And I share my experience to make the point that how we represent each other to the public not only affects our ability to trust each other and to work together effectively, but it also affects our ability to be inclusive to people who are underrepresented in our government. So it's really critical for us to be able to disagree without mischaracterizing or misinforming the public, and without stoking fear, confusion, and mistrust in the public process. In my request, I asked us to think about the obligations we have to each other as stewards of the city, because I think we owe it to each other and our community to be accurate and transparent, even when we disagree with each other. So what I'd like us to do is to consider a new commitment or rule that will help us be able to express our own opinions and dissent publicly while respecting a commitment to accuracy and transparency in that public dialogue. And I want to be really, really, really clear that I'm not saying we shouldn't disagree or have different views. Disagreement is good and healthy, and when it's done with a commitment to mutual understanding and accurate representation, it can help us make better decisions. So if we can disagree about our words and our actions from an agreed upon understanding of the facts surrounding an issue, we can show the community how we can work together despite differences of opinion. And this is how we can start to create the inclusive and welcoming community that we all want to see. Ideally, I would hope that we would agree to avoid speaking to another person's motives and intentions in a way that can inject confusion or misinformation into the discourse. But if not, I'm wondering if we can at least agree that we'll empower the people we're talking about to share their own perspective with their audience. And I don't know what we call this rule, maybe discourse, not division, as one of my more word-friendly colleagues suggested, but I think it's important to help all of us, myself included, be able to advocate for things that we care about in a way that lifts up our own ideas without stoking unfounded fear, mistrust, and confusion. This will help us create the trust and shared purpose we need to help our city effectively address all the challenges we're facing. So I'd really welcome a conversation along these lines. And thank you for listening to me.
Thanks for that, Nicole. I appreciate you sharing that. And so do we have questions or responses to Nicole's statement? We've got Mark and then Matt.
Yeah, I appreciate your concerns, Nicole, but I'm not really sure where you want us to go with that. In a context where we do have disagreements, they have to be articulated. I think courtesy is a value. I appreciate it at all times. I certainly wouldn't want somebody to characterize me as the running dog of capitalism or something. But people have a right to vigorously promote their beliefs, and I don't want that to cause you pain, but I think it is important that people be able to advocate in that fashion. You may disagree with the nature of those comments or how you believe you're being characterized, and you're always free to do so and to respond accordingly. But to the extent that you're asking council members to restrain their speech, I'm just not sure that that's a value I would want to accept for the council. Again, I think courtesy at all times is important. I would not like a lack of courtesy directed at me. I don't think I would ever want to direct my comments in a way that are discourteous to others. But that doesn't mean it won't happen. It'll happen to me and it'll happen by me. That's the nature of robust debate in a democratic society. So I'm just not sure where you want to take this in terms of moving from a statement of principle to something that is actionable by this council, and not only actionable, but enforceable by this council. I think, this may be a little bit of a step too far in terms of restraints on the way with which we communicate outside of this meeting. Thanks.
Thanks, Mark. We've got a few other people lined up. I mean, Nicole, did you want? I think there was kind of a question to you there from Mark. Did you want to provide a response?
No, I'm happy to. And Mark, I apologize if I was not clear. I really welcome disagreement. I think that is a key component of our work together. We have to disagree. What I would like us to think about is when we are getting at each other's motives and intentions and representing them in ways that maybe aren't quite representing our actual motives and intentions. How are we speaking to each other's motives and intentions, right? I think if you look in a healthy kind of team functioning within an organization, right, generally they will welcome disagreement when the disagreement is around ideas, facts, right, a sort of shared pool of knowledge. Where it gets really hard for people to be willing to speak up and disagree, and the things that can shut down those very healthy discussions where we're disagreeing is when people are making judgments about people's motives and intentions. And that is the point where it starts to become hurtful, right? Where everybody here, I see you all as very intelligent, thoughtful people. But if I'm going out into the community and speaking of you as if you're not intelligent and thoughtful people, that's not a healthy thing for your trust in me, for my trust in you, and for our community's trust in us as a body that is making decisions for the city. So I don't know if that clarifies it. It's not at all to stop us from talking about the things that we are interested in. It's asking us to focus not on each other, not on our intentions and motivations, but rather on the things that we're discussing, the issues, our policy proposals. Those are the things that we can stay, I think, and have really good disagreements on.
If I can just colloquy for a second, it's just my view that the remedy for bad speech is more and better speech. And I don't know that there's a way you can regulate.
Yeah, so I mean, I guess maybe this is a question then around how we're engaging with the public, right? And when we have venues that not all of us have access to, how are we representing each other in those spaces? Because I don't necessarily have access to the same groups that you all have access to. And if I'm being misrepresented, what do I do about that? So it's just like, this is a question, right? I mean, I think this is an example of the healthy disagreement that I think is wonderful for us to have. And, the conversation, and what I want to think about is how do we take this atmosphere we create here, right? Where we're deeply listening to each other and trying to understand each other's points of views and not questioning our motives or intentions, and extend that out to when we are in the community working with others. That's all I'm trying to do, is carry forward this environment. I've had so many people tell me what an amazing council we are and how well, we're communicating and working on things in meetings. And I would like to carry that out.
Okay, we got Matt and then Rachel.
Thanks, Aaron. And I applaud you, Nicole, for two things. One, bringing up this subject, but also speaking your truth. I think that's really important. And I think it's an incredible first step for the growth of our council as individuals, as a unit, but also a good example for our community. And so thank you for that. I will only just speak to what is important for the discourse that we want in our community. How do we set the example based on what we see nationally at the state level? How are we the change we embody for the world, for this country, for the state, for the city that we're fortunate enough to be elected to be stewards of? And if we can't do it here, where else can it happen? And I think assuming with intentions is assuming the best intentions of an individual, and then maybe just disagreeing on outcome or process. But I do think that we have an obligation to reduce the polarization in this community, and how we speak to the public and to our own constituents about those that we disagree with is the first step of whether or not we add fuel to the fire of polarization, or we go the other direction and we find ways to create unity around that disagreement. And I think that this is a really important discussion to have, and I'm hopeful that we can use this to foster some opportunity to have a dialogue further about, are we going to make some changes? Do we hold each other to some commitment? It doesn't have to be enforceable, but to Mark's point, I actually see this as opposite. I don't see this as an infringement or a restriction of speech. I see this as actually an empowerment of better speech, and a more enlightened society when we can operate in a intention where we see the best intentions of others, even though we disagree. So thank you, Nicole, for bringing this up. I appreciate that.
Thanks, Rachel. And then Tara.
Yeah, thanks, Nicole. I very much appreciate the vulnerability and bringing something up that was not comfortable. That's brave, and I thank you for it. And I agree with you that it's very unfortunate when we're not operating on shared facts, and we should all be trying to do that. And I personally try very hard not to say, especially publicly, disparaging things about colleagues. I don't think it helps our effort. Like, I don't really think we're a team, because I think individually we are trying to advocate for what we think is best for the community. And, not my job, I do not believe, is to get along with colleagues as much as it is to, speak the truth about what I think is best for community members say. So I think we accomplish more, though, if we are cordial and, sort of, you can be on opposite teams. Like I grew up playing sports and an athlete, and you can play hard and still shake hands, and, you don't want to kneecap the other person. You want to, have a legal slide tackle, say, and play within, play your hardest, but within the rules of fair gamesmanship, I guess. So that's what I think you're asking for. I have, though, a couple times on a previous council, there were a couple of times where things were said where I did feel like it was important for me to maybe call out some statements that were not comfortable that a colleague had made. And I did that for, I felt, the benefit of the community to know that they were supported, and I didn't agree with that. And I think that person may have disagreed with my interpretation. So I would be leery of signing on, and there was talk during the last campaign about a civility pledge, and I am leery of signing on to things that I feel would infringe on my ability to use my voice in a way that I think is earnest and honest and advocating for the community that I'm trying to help. So I believe that our best angels should be where we're operating from, and that we should be civil. And yet I don't want to sign, or go as far as to say, I'm not going to say something because I don't know what people are going to say that I might want to respond to. And so I'm not sure exactly where to go with it, but those are the things that are kind of rolling around for me.
Thanks, Tara. And I might call on myself after that, and then we can come back to Mark.
I find this the most interesting part of the discussion tonight. It's a hard one because I mean, what would be the best is instead of somebody saying, I can't believe you believe in even or odd year voting, for instance, rather, I don't agree with even or odd year voting, and not like attaching moral high ground or putting somebody else down because they don't agree with you. The problem, right? We all want to do that. We all just want to say, I don't agree with this, not I can't believe you would ever do this. But we all do that because we're all human. We all do it. So I think for all of us, I know for me is after a council meeting, I'll just text myself. I'll say, what did I do that could have been wrong? Or somebody will tell me, thank you, whoever that is. And then I'll apologize. So I think for me, the most important thing is to just keep trying to do the best that I can and to not impugn anyone, but just speak about subjects versus people, but also to realize I'm going to make a mistake. Maybe I said something mean about Aaron and I didn't want to. Just kidding, Aaron, I didn't. And then I ask forgiveness, or I say to myself, don't do that again. And I just try again. And we give each other, forgive each other and give each other benefit of the doubt. So I think this is a great discussion to have because it reminds us what we'd like to be like. And each one of us I love this council. Each one of us wants to be like that. And we just keep pushing forward and trying to do the best that we can in that way.
Thanks for that, Tara. Although I don't know why you're always so mean to me. It's terrible. So Nicole, I'll echo the thanks of my colleagues for bringing this up and for being brave here, and I appreciate it. It's hard to have the hard discussions, right? But they need to be had sometimes. And I want to say that I feel like this council generally does a really good job of working together well and of modeling kind of productive discussions and disagreements, at a time when, of course, our national scene is riven by deep divisions, and I'm proud to serve with this group of individuals. It's a great group of people that's working hard for the benefit of our community, and I think we want to continue to try to model good behavior that works against that deep level of division that we're seeing so much in our society and across the world. And so then, and of course, those deep divisions, if we do stoke them, that means that our community is more divided, and it means that there are risks for vulnerable people. And I'll just call out something that here in this meeting that I've seen over the years that's always troubled me, which is that I see that my female colleagues will get emails with such criticisms and such a negative, belittling tone in ways that I just don't get those same kinds of emails. And I've seen this over and over again with multiple female colleagues. So not that I'm calling any individual out about this, but I just want to call this out as a reality that there is misogyny at work in our society, and it's appalling sometimes the way that some of our female colleagues are treated. And so we want to be careful with how we use our words and how we work together. So I wonder if we can't police each other out of council. We all have free speech rights. But I wonder if, and I hear Rachel's point about civility pledges and things, and I wonder if maybe we could agree that we will always strive to speak truthfully about each other in public. That we would always say things that to the best of our understanding about our colleagues is accurate and true about what they've said and the things, how they've approached things. And obviously, we can't enforce exactly what people say. Free speech is a thing. I look at Teresa and be like, well, I don't know what we could codify that we wouldn't get in deep trouble about. But I just wonder if that's an intention that we could have individually for ourselves, is something that we strive for. Because I think we would all appreciate it if each of us, when each other spoke about ourselves, did so in truthful and accurate ways. So I'll just put that out there. Okay, we got Mark and then Lauren.
Yeah, I kind of agree with Rachel on this. As always, I prefer civility. I prefer, obviously, accuracy is important in how we speak, but there also has to be room for strong advocacy, and that's simply the nature of the democratic process. Compared to the national debates that we see and the divisions that we see, we are nothing like that, and I don't want us to believe that that's the path that we're heading down, because we're not. We are generally extremely respectful of each other, and we don't call each other names, and we don't abuse each other. But there has to be room for strong advocacy, even if it leaves some people uncomfortable. And if you think that something has been said about you that is wrong, there is a way to combat that. That is to articulate the other position and why you think it's wrong, and make that public. I just don't know where this goes as a matter of policy. As a matter of intent, I think we're all probably in agreement. But as a matter of policy, I think trying to regulate our speech is for me simply a bridge too far. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. Lauren and then Jeannie.
Thank you. Again, Nicole, thank you for bringing this up. And, I do agree that in these meetings in particular, we do this very well. But I think that we can do better. In areas where we disagree, we're usually split in finding this disagreement, because reasonable people can look at an issue and come to it from different angles and see different solutions to it. And if we're having conversations and we can't accurately articulate why our colleagues are voting differently than us or feeling differently about an issue, I think it's a failure on us personally, because that's a failure to listen. And it's a failure to understand part of, probably a significant portion of our community. And so I think that while I believe in strong advocacy, I think that, again, sticking to the factual and sort of representing the ideas and the arguments that are happening in our community with sort of the most grace and the most support for a variety of points of view is beneficial and brings credibility to all of us as individuals and as a group. And I think that, on the opposite side of that, that as has been touched on, we don't all, criticism lands on different people differently. There are ideas that stick to some of us more than others. Being young and female, when people imply that I am not as smart or not as diligent or something like that, that has a tendency to stick to me more than it does some of my male colleagues. And I think that we should be careful with that, and careful that we aren't putting each other in situations where we're forced to spend extra time defending ourselves for things that aren't helping bring the community forward, move issues forward, and are more about these personal attacks rather than heightening the level of conversation that we're having around these really important issues. Just like we have the no surprises rule, which is not a rule that we can hold each other to hard and fast. It seems like I liked your suggestion, Erin, around just having an idea that we are working towards in terms of a general understanding for what our goals are when we are communicating around each other and the ideas that we're discussing here.
Thanks, Lauren. Junie, and then maybe we can come back to Nicole.
Thank you. This is a very difficult conversation, and I appreciate Nicole bringing this forward. It's not easy, and I do agree with Matt. It's about accountability, and I understand, Mark's point about having open discourse, allowing people to express themselves. But I think even as community leaders, there's a level of accountability that is needed. I like the idea of a commitment to accuracy and transparency in how we express ourselves. I've not always been accurate, but I seek transparency. I have, since I've been on council, and I can say that. Have I always been accurate? Probably not. And I like the idea of the discourse and not division. I like that. But also too, the thing is, what I hear from some of us is a lack of, how do I put it, acknowledgement. We have to acknowledge that, I've been on council almost 2.5 years. And I understand what Nicole is saying. I have experienced that and some more. And I've experienced it in the community. I've experienced it even from some of you here. But I've kept that to myself because I remember when it gets really hard in the work that we do here, in the work that I do here, whether it's in the way that I engage with community and even my engagement. And it sometimes is just plain ignorance in what happened, But I always remember something I heard from Michelle Obama, because, she's of our time. And she said something along the line that it is not about you when you're a public servant, it's about the people you serve. So a lot of times I just kept quiet, kept pushing, whether it's sexism or all the other ism, I kept pushing, knowing that I don't want it to be about me. I want it to be about the service and the people who put me here. But that is an issue that we're dealing with as a council and as a community. How do we better engage each other in a way that is constructive, that is helpful, that also brings about that equity, inclusion, and diversity that we talk about? Because we can't talk about these things in silos or as theories. People of color is not a theory in somebody's mind. LGBTQ AI is not just a theory in your mind. It has to be something that you live. And how do you live that? By the way you communicate and engage in the way you engage each other. So if you're using dehumanizing language in the way you communicate with me, what do you expect me to believe? How do you expect me to feel? So to me, I really appreciate you bringing this forward, Nicole. Thank you for doing that. It will bring a bigger conversation in our community, because we are a very educated community. We're a very smart community, and we say all the right stuff. We do all the time. So it's a matter of ensuring that our actions and our words match. So thank you for bringing that forward.
It's very powerfully spoken, Junie. Thank you. Thank you very much for that. So Nicole, we've had a conversation here amongst ourselves. So I'd like to turn back to you to see how you're feeling about what you put out here and what you feel, where we are and what next steps might be.
Yeah, I really appreciate everybody's comments and thoughts here, right? I think this right here is an example of how we can have a hard conversation through disagreement, trying to understand each other and figure out how we can move forward from here. So thank you all. This, I think, was a beautiful model of how we can do this for the community. I think, I heard a couple of folks said things that just really stuck out to me as little phrases. Tara, you said speak about subjects rather than people. Erin, you said speaking truthfully about our colleagues. Junie, I think, and Lauren both noted accuracy and transparency of information. So it does feel like there are some things that some of us are converging on. I do not mean to go down a civility pledge route or anything like that. What I'm trying to do is not constrain us, but rather invite us to a higher level of conversation where we can stay focused on issues, where we can demonstrate the respect that we have here in our meetings when we leave these meetings. I was going to say spaces, but we're not all in the same spaces right now. Because I think what maybe folks who are not part of these marginalized groups, and I consider myself a very privileged person, despite identifying as queer, I don't know that it's possible to see the level of anger and vitriol that is rising against marginalized groups, even here in our own community, unless you're a part of that group. And so when we are putting things out there that are stoking that division and anger at each other and calling into question who we are as people and misrepresenting us as not being intelligent and thoughtful, it is adding fuel to that fire. And I think oftentimes we as a city think about ourselves as being exceptional, that we're somehow different from the rest of the country. And truthfully, when it comes to inclusion and diversity and equity, we're not. And I would really love for people just to hear that as well, from somebody who is part of the LGBT community. We are not, we put up pride flags, but you may get yelled at when you're walking down the street here, right? It's not that different. So I think to the degree that we could commit to trying, as Tara said, right? It's a work in progress constantly, to speak truthfully about each other, to stick to issues and subjects rather than people. I think we're going to get a lot farther in elevating this dialogue.
Thanks, Nicole. So where does that put us as a next step? Like, are thinking about trying to put together like a note in our procedures of something that we would strive to always speak truthfully and accurately about each other in all forums, something like, I mean, that was kind of my idea, so I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that's right. And I'm still relatively new. I'm not sure where the best spots are for this kind of thing, Erin. So, I would defer to your judgment and staff's around where something like this might be included, right? It's not a hard and fast rule. It's going to be hard to enforce, but something that just reflects our commitment to each other.
Teresa, I'll turn to you. Do you feel like that's something that is a feasible, reasonable, legal thing for us to put in our procedures?
Certainly, it's aspirational in nature for sure. But we could look at putting something in the procedures. What I have heard is speak about subjects rather than people, a commitment to speak about subjects rather than people, and to speak about colleagues and issues with accuracy and truthfulness in all forums.
Are people comfortable with us considering that as an addition to our procedures at some point in the future? Mark,
I'm worried about one thing. I'm sorry. Let me raise my hand.
Yeah, raise your hand, please, Tara. We got a lot of comments here, all right? And it's getting late, folks, but I know this is an important topic. Mark, Rachel, Matt, Tara.
First of all, speaking truthfully is a little bit in the eye of the beholder. We should speak truthfully, but each of us sees that truth in a different way. As an aspirational statement, I have no problem with it. As an enforceable statement, I have a great deal of problem. There's a difference between what we ask of each other as a matter of principle and what we try to enforce against each other. The latter, to me, is out of bounds. The former is fine. I have no problem with our desiring to speak well of each other and to treat each other well, even as we disagree. But the concept that we will speak truthfully is a little bit subjective, and we need to understand that. And I don't think it translates into an enforceable standard that we should be applying against one another. It's not the same thing as saying, I say the earth is flat. That's a fact. It's false. It's a false fact. It's not true. But other things are more of a subject of opinion, a subject of perspective, and that's simply the way it is.
So thanks for that, Mark. And if folks will indulge me to just respond real quick, I wonder if the language could be something like, we will strive for, truthfulness and accuracy and such. To Junie's point, we've all made statements that were inaccurate, right? And I think generally I consider you all people of goodwill, so I don't think you do it on purpose. I don't do it on purpose. But we all get things wrong sometimes, right? So it's inevitable that we will not always be accurate, but it is something we could strive for potentially. So sorry to interject there, but Rachel, Matt, and Tara.
Yeah, I mean, I guess to your and Mark's point there on facts, like I think Mark and I were charged with writing a council statement responding to what several of us felt was a pretty flagrantly anti-Semitic statement a year or two ago. And I would just say like that draft was not easy to get sailed through. Like a lot of people saw, a comment that was on film very differently, and it seemed concrete in ways. So I do think it is tricky to nail down what is factual or what a person's intent was, I guess. And I guess as someone who has advocated that I think civility pledges can be, especially as a woman who as has been described today or tonight, experiences a lot of misogyny and some of the worst of what we're talking about. I would not want to sign on to something that further demotes my ability to use my voice. I'm just not interested in doing that. I'm not interested in cutting down or limiting anyone's voices. So I'm a little leery of like, we're not doing a civility pledge, but we want to put something in writing. So I just want to be, I'm probably in the minority anyways, and it doesn't really matter, but I would be opposed to anything that is seen as, I've committed to not speak in a way that I think I should be speaking to uphold community values. So I just want to say, like, I don't want to go anywhere near that personally, and I understand that I may well be in the minority on that. Thanks.
Matt?
I'm sort of just sitting in the personal and professional growth that this conversation has provided me, and I feel I'm benefited from. So I thank you all for this. I appreciate what Rachel had just said, and I would generally agree that I don't want to see us make commitments to anything that are in any way restrictive. I think what is important is that they are empowering. And so things like assuming the best intentions of your colleague, it's not a restrictive statement. It's actually an empowering one that opens up more dialogue. And so I think, I think the spirit of what Rachel was setting is spot on. And I certainly come from a place, being a white man, that I don't know that hurt and that restriction that misogyny places on women, especially those I work with. I don't know that. I don't have it's not something that I've experienced. So I don't want to embark on that in any way. But I do think we can be empowering with what we say as a way to further and better our dialogue without restricting it.
Thanks. Tara?
As far as truthfully and accurately, you know me, I try to be accurate, but I'm not saying that I'm often accurate. So I would be under a lot of pressure about accuracy. But, and also I agree with Mark that truth can sometimes be subjective, fortunately or unfortunately. But I also agree with Matt and what he said, that we can just strive to do the best that we can. I don't know that we need to use words like truthfully and accurately, but to strive to do the best we can. I feel good about that. I feel the other ones might be subjective, maybe pressure, and maybe we would like say, well, you're not being accurate. I mean, to me personally, it's not my best accuracy. I try hard, what I'm saying, but I do like to tell a good story. So I just, I think appreciating each other's nuances and the nuances in the humankind as well, as far as that goes, that would be more of what I'm looking for, I guess. Am I making myself clear? Probably not even making myself clear, but I did the best I can.
I think we got it. Nicole and Rachel, let's see if we can wrap up here.
Yeah, I just, Aaron, I think, the way that you kind of characterized it earlier really hit the mark. It's really about, facts do exist, right? 2 + 2 is 4. The Earth is a planet in our solar system, right? These are facts, right? That exist. Where we run into trouble is when we start stating as fact or implying things about things that we can't see, right? People's intentions and motives that only really exist in our heads until we put them out into the world. So it's really that I'm looking for, right? In meetings, if somebody says something that mischaracterizes me, I can correct that. When we're out in the public, I can't do that. And as Lauren said, those mischaracterizations stick to some of us more than others. So as we're moving toward inclusion, how can we commit to each other that we understand this, right? That we see, I can't judge your motives and intentions, but we can certainly agree that facts exist, right? And those are the things we can speak to pretty easily, I think, without causing harm to each other. And I feel like maybe Teresa's kind of got the gist, can help us think about whether there are some things we could try.
Rachel?
I'll just be real quick. I wanted to highlight one thing Nicole said, which was getting at that these comments can put people in harm's way, like actual physical harm's way. And so I would hope that if for no other reason, colleagues, staff members, community members, who care about each other's safety, none of us should be doing that, but especially certain demographics are going to receive the threats and potential violence worse than others. And so I just wanted to lift that up one more time, that it's, no matter what we do with this, it's still important. And the words we use matter and can matter in physical ways, that some of us are at greater risk than others here and in the community. Thanks.
Thanks. All right. Well, so I think we have a probably majority interest in considering something to this effect, Teresa. There's a process for changing our procedures. So this is not the end of this discussion, just so everybody's aware. We get actual words and we have to adopt them. So if you think this is the best thing ever or the worst thing ever, you'll have your chance to talk amongst yourselves and receive emails and things like that. Okay, are there violent objections to moving this forward? Or can we ask Teresa to take this up and then we'll consider it more? Okay. All right. Thank you, colleagues, for a challenging, but I thought very mature and healthy discussion. So I appreciate each and every one of you and your willingness to come to the table and represent yourself and our community very, very well. Okay, it's 10:10. We have one council change left. So if we could bring that back up, and this is not the simplest one either, but hopefully we can be fairly constrained in our discussion. So this is checking in on guidelines for council weighing in on national and world affairs during council meetings. So question about what level is appropriate for us as council to weigh in on not our local issues, but national and world affairs. And Rachel, did you want to speak to this?
Yeah, this came from me, and I think it's largely just observing, and I imagine it's because there's more happening right now, with Supreme Court decisions and wars and things, and in my first 2 years, but we are scheduling more time to sort of discuss things that are not on the work plan. And I wondered if we could have some guidelines around, like, how we do that and when we do it. One thought I have is, can we at least put it under matters for council, so it's not at the beginning of meetings, so if people are waiting to speak, we're not holding up the individuals who are there or staff members. If we have a last minute declaration or want to speak to something, I think it's totally appropriate to do it under matters. But I would love for us to get through this work plan. I think we have a bomber work plan, and I want us to do it, and we're struggling to schedule, and meetings are going late. And so I just wanted to just put a spotlight on that and say, how can we, I got a thumbs up from Tara. How can we do that in a more manageable way and put some guardrails, guidelines, time around it? Thanks.
Great. And we actually, thanks for that, Rachel. We do actually have something in our rules and procedures about whether to take up, Teresa, I'm putting you on the spot here. Do you have access to that language? It doesn't address all of this, but it's a starting point.
I certainly do, Mayor, and it comes under declarations and resolutions and council procedure. And so it does refer to official action rather than discussions, but that language is foreign policy and national policy questions. Council shall not act on a foreign policy or national policy issue on which no prior official city policy has been established by the council or the people unless sufficient time and resources can be allocated to assure a full presentation of the issue.
Thanks for that, Teresa. So that's specifically about declarations and resolutions, right? So that we do have a guideline already that we've agreed to in our procedures. But I think, Rachel, you may be also speaking to kind of off the cuff comments about current issues.
Right. When there's kind of pressing things happening nationally that we know is the community is probably experiencing wound like we are, we want to talk about it. And I've advocated, like, I think when the war in Ukraine started, I was one who wanted us to do a declaration. And now I wonder if that sounds like maybe that was inappropriate because we haven't, dedicated sufficient resources to that war before. So maybe that should not have happened. Apologies.
Mind if I, real quick, Rachel, technically we did not pass a resolution.
Oh, great. We didn't read anything on that?
I read words at the beginning of a council meeting, but there was no official resolution.
Okay, so yes, then there's an example of one that we took time and many of us spoke on it, and we also have like our if you've got a Twitter account or whatever, we can speak there. So just kind of generally wanting to know, like, what should we be using these precious now Thursday night minutes to accomplish versus what should we be doing on our own time versus where should we put it if we think it's council relevant.
Thanks. Tara, Mark, Nicole.
I agree with you, Rachel. I just want to say a quick word about declarations. We have an awful lot of declarations, and sometimes they're super long about so many things. And I'm wondering if we have to have so many, and I want to honor each person and their declaration. I'm not putting any declarations down. I'm just saying, can they be way shorter and can we do less? Or the other thing I'm thinking with declarations is somebody might say, well, what about my favorite declaration? What about my favorite subject? So then you start saying, well, I want somebody to talk about mine. So to me, it's a question of like how many and how much. So I'm just going to leave it like that and see what the rest of council thinks about either shortening and also lessening, because declarations could take a considerable amount of time. I'm just saying.
Sorry, Mayor. Not trying to step on toes.
Well, I just say, Tara, I think let's talk through this non-declaration resolution stuff first, if you don't mind, and then maybe we can come back to that. But I hear your points. I'm not invalidating that, but let's stick to. Rachel, is that all right? Stick to your current point.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I was just also going to say that was something I have lifted up, and I think we might invite Taylor to speak to that because she maybe when the moment comes.
When the moment, yeah. Let's get through this one, and then Taylor, I would love you because I know you've worked super hard on this exact topic. Mark, Nicole.
Actually, this is a little bit tricky, at least for me. I don't think the City Council of Boulder requires a foreign policy. On the other hand, I thought the comments on Ukraine were entirely appropriate in light of what was going on. I don't know how you would avoid commentary on the Supreme Court's decision on abortion. So I don't know where the line is. I don't know where the balancing point is, but there are some things that scream for some degree of commentary, despite the fact that as a body, we are ill-equipped to be setting national or foreign policy. Having said that, there are times you got to speak, and certainly on the abortion decision, on the gun decision, on Ukraine, comments were required, even if it lengthens the meeting a little bit. I just don't know how you can abdicate, not responsibility, but interest in those topics. I wouldn't want us to be commenting on a Senate race in Florida, despite the fact that we may all have a view on that Senate race in Florida. It's just not what we do. But some issues are fairly transcendent, and are appropriate for this body to not express a policy so much as a point of view. And I would not like us to abandon the ability to do that in those cases where you have such a transcendent issue that needs to be addressed by all of us as a statement of value.
Thanks, Mark. Nicole and Matt.
Thank you. Mark, I couldn't agree with you more. That kind of captures a lot of my thoughts. And what I would like to offer are perhaps a couple of perspectives that may add some sort of research and reasons for why we may want to consider engaging in this some way. And then I also have an idea that I bring from my own work at the university to share out as a way that we could potentially help rein this in and also give us these opportunities. So I think part of it is that, you know, to show up and do the work we do, having just heard that 19 children a year or two younger than my child were murdered in their school, I don't know how I can show up and have my brain be present for the discussions we need to engage in without our acknowledging collectively what it is we're holding. You know, I think the same is true for Roe v. Wade, right? And I think that if I am feeling that, our staff are likely feeling that too. Our community members are likely feeling that as well. And there is power in simply naming that we're in a really bad spot and things are hurting and we're still showing up to do work for each other and to move ourselves forward. And then just to put on my little scientist and management hat for a moment, there's actually research that shows that when top level executives or management have empathy with others in the organization, it increases retention of staff. And staff are more likely to leave when that empathy doesn't exist. And so I think these opportunities can be a moment for sharing and building empathy. It's like the glue, right, that holds us all together here on council and with staff. And the thing that we do in my staff meetings is very short. It can last as much as 5 minutes, especially if, you know, a big group is good about keeping it to 30 seconds. We do a quick check-in at the start of every meeting. How are you today? What's hard? What's good? What is at the front of your mind? To center ourselves before we head into the meeting. And, you know, I think those kinds of things, right? They don't require a lot of you know, speeches or anything like that. It's just a really quick check-in to recognize that we are humans about to enter into some challenging work together, and we're carrying things with us to those discussions that without speaking them may interfere with the work that we're trying to do.
Matt, and then I'll offer comment. Oh, Nicole, were you finished?
It was finished. I'm sorry, that was a mispress.
Okay, Matt?
Which is ironic because her hand's been up all night, so I thought that was kind of fun. But she's hanging in there. I bet that hand has got to be throbbing tonight. So hopefully she can get horizontal and get that thing some swelling down. I appreciate what Nicole was saying about the empathy. I think that is spot on. I think this is just a connection back to having mutual trust among ourselves as council members, as colleagues, to know what's the appropriate thing to say and what subject is appropriate for us to broach. And that subject matter may be different for each and one of us, where we feel the attachment or what is impacting us or what we feel we want to speak to. But that is the beauty of the diversity of the representation that we bring in our community, is that point of view and who we represent and who we may or may not connect to. So I don't know if you necessarily put guardrails on it. Sure, I appreciate the commentary about the Senate race in Florida, but I also want to recognize also that there's a lot of things that can be causing pain or concern in our community, and it's our job to give it oxygen, to let them know, even if it's one person that feels that there's someone that they may or may not have elected that also is connecting to that, and I think that builds a stronger community. So I'm going to put my trust in the rest of the 8 of you to make that discretionary decision, whether you feel you want to say something that speaks to you, that may speak to one person or may speak to 100,000 people in our community. So I just want to let you know that I trust you all to figure out and have that discretion.
Thanks, Matt. Well, I'll call on myself here, and Rachel, I really appreciate the attempt to keep us kind of on track and on schedule. I personally am fine with folks offering a few brief comments on a critical issue, as long as we're disciplined and restrained about it. So, if people speak for, a few sentences, 30 seconds or a minute, and we don't all feel the need to pile on, but, people can, do a thumbs up, just to say, that they appreciate that other people did that. Something like that can be kept to, 2 or 3 minutes once every, 4 council meetings, but still give us a chance to express some reactions to really visceral, critical issues today. So I don't mind it at that level. I would say I have seen councils in the past, somebody give a long speech on something like that at the beginning, and then like all 8 other council members piling in, and 20 minutes later, you finally get to the start of the meeting. And I don't think that's a good practice, but if we can stay disciplined about it, I'm comfortable with it staying similar to how it's been. And so can you live with that?
Well, I think I must live with it. So yes.
All right.
No worries.
Thank you for your flexibility. I appreciate you raising the question. As Mark says, we should not raise it to the level of having a foreign policy. Okay, well, that brings us. Oh,
what about the declarations? And by the way,
sorry, Tara, I got all excited.
I just want you to know that your declarations are awesome. I'm not in any way saying that they're not. You're a great writer.
So sorry that I was missing that. Taylor, do you want to talk about the work that you've done on corralling our resolution process?
Sure thing, Mayor Brockett. And Tara, thanks for the compliment. Actually, a lot of those come together through some joint collaborations. So some of those words are mine, but actually there's a lot of sort of shared authoring of the declarations, but appreciate that. So this actually came up earlier this year. Typically, the way that we've approached declarations has been sort of in an ad hoc function. The council, the community, even staff can recommend declarations, but there's not always total consistency in bringing things up annually. Some years we might miss a certain declaration for a certain month. And so in order to establish a more predictable rhythm, we have set out a declaration schedule annually and put a little bit more color to how those declarations would be routinely scheduled. Of course, CAC can always weigh in and change the way that they're routinely scheduled as laid out in the annual rhythm, but also this is in service to Racial Equity Strategy 3.3, which seeks to raise up opportunities to support and promote the value of diversity and multiculturalism. Now, that said, we reviewed recognition, commemoration opportunities from a very big list, and some of them are quite specific, but we tried to keep it at a high level and again, routinely schedule those ones that are community specific, but also highlight the various diverse parts of our community. And we landed on about 48 declarations for scheduling annually, just pre-populated into the agenda. Of those 48, 25 are scheduled at the end of your agendas and never get a reading. About 12 of them are scheduled for a long reading, and so the reading of the full declaration, but again, in service to what you're saying, which is that sometimes they do take up a bit of time. We've also created a new staggered approach where we write declarations in a way where you can take sort of the first and last paragraph and really shorten it so that we're bringing the recognition, but we're doing it in a little bit of a briefer way. And so 11 of those declarations on the annual schedule are proposed for short readings. So this was implemented in the beginning of summer, and actually there's between council break and other things, there's just not a lot of declarations in July and August. So you'll be seeing more of that annual schedule playing out in your council meetings, and you'll be seeing more of those shorter versions read. But I'm also welcome any conversation around how we could continue to tailor the approach that in a way that brings the community recognition, but also balances our need for really prime council time. I see Junie has a hand up.
Thank you, Taylor. My question is, I think from what I'm hearing from Tara is, for instance, I know the schedule as well. I know I have one coming up sometimes in October or November, but assuming that there is a declaration that is not on the list that you have already formatted for us, and we would like that declaration to be read because it's something that is important to community, can we still do that? Can we still reach out and do that?
Absolutely. And our annual rhythm that we've proposed in no way precludes additional declaration suggestions. In fact, we're going to be reading one in the coming weeks honoring the life and contribution of Clela Rorix, who unfortunately recently passed. This in no way says no to other declarations. We just want to make sure that, one, the things that we do really as a community want to continue highlighting and bringing recognition to, we have a predictable rhythm of bringing them forward. And two, again, we're being broad and diverse in the recognition that we do have.
Thanks, very good. And I'll just mention, I think since this has been set up, maybe some of us are being a little more disciplined, myself included. There have been a couple of resolution requests that have come through recently that I thought were really worth considering, but I forwarded them on only for to propose to not be read, but to be put on the end of the agenda, so as to keep our declaration time controlled. So Tara, does that address your concern? Very good. Okay, well, so it is now 10:29, but we can potentially be done in like 3 minutes. Taylor, do you want to bring up the boards and commissions thing and our option there?
Certainly, Mayor Brockett. Emily, could we get those slides back up? And I do want to acknowledge that we are late on time, and that there is a staff suggestion to perhaps defer some of these board and commission items for later scheduling. But Mayor Brockett, I'm happy to offer some framing language just to help us understand the scope of all of those changes and potentially how we could address them. Emily, could you go to the next slide? I believe you'll advance 2, actually. There we go. So just a couple things for historical context. In January 2021 at Council's retreat, some of you were, if I'm remembering correctly, this was a different council. So this is a discussion with our previous council. But there was a lot of conversation around boards and commissions and various ways that we could change how they're administered. And a couple of those changes that came out of the retreat were a standard onboarding and orientation process for boards and commissions, as well as a way to address vacancies during outside of normal recruitment periods. Another conversation that shortly followed the 2021 council retreat was the racial equity plan being passed in February of 2021. And the racial equity plan actually lays out very specific commissions that address boards, commissions, and working groups, things like collecting data, revamping the application process and forms, ensuring outreach and commitment processes support and encourage racial equity, identify and mitigate barriers in operations. And in addition to both of those city conversations, we've also heard from a variety of other sources. The Council Subcommittee on Engagement has recommendations. Some have come from city staff, community connectors and residents, Dialogue Boulder, which is a community group, and board and commission liaisons and secretaries themselves. There are a lot of recommendations, and their details are outlined in the memo for tonight's item. Of them, 17 have already been implemented or are planned for implementation. An additional 15 are being considered. About 28 we think probably needs council or subcommittee input before we can really act on them. And we also have an internal cross-department staff team that has been working on rolling out diversity, equity, and inclusion training for the staff that supports boards and commissions. And the hope here is really that our work through the racial equity plan and diversity, equity, and inclusion can be sort of a guiding light for all of these changes that we're considering or are already implementing. Now, that said, there are just a lot of conversations going on, and staff suggests instead of taking them one by one tonight, perhaps we could schedule a study session later in the year maybe Q3 or Q4. Another idea that came up is hiring a consultant to help support a real full system analysis and provide recommendations for how we could really holistically tackle things around boards and commissions. Now that said, the Board and Commission subcommittee that is currently represented by Council Member Folkerts and Weiner have a couple of high priority recommendations that they were hoping could be considered immediately. And then Council has an additional, I think, around 6 or 7 recommendations for changes across boards and commissions. So the question tonight is, do we address board and commission proposals here? Do we defer some of them? Do we defer all of them? And with that, I will turn it back to Mayor Brockett.
Thanks for that overview, Taylor. So I'm just going to get us started with a proposal here, given the lateness of the hour, that we work on all of the boards and commissions proposals together at an upcoming study session. But Tara and Lauren, I know you had a couple that you thought were potentially could move forward quickly, but it seems like they'd still take a decent amount of discussion. So I just want to see if you all might be comfortable with tackling all of them together in an upcoming study session.
Lauren? I defer.
Yeah, I am fine. I'm thinking very quickly on my feet right now. So I think we should definitely discuss every single one tonight. No, I think it could make sense to push them off.
Mm-hmm.
But
I mean, I wouldn't mind a straw poll about the board and commission liaisons, but is it too late for that? Probably, right?
Well, it's at the discretion of council. I just think it's a significant enough topic that we might need to talk a little bit about how it would work.
Okay.
So anyway, I feel I can't quite see everybody's faces, but would anyone like to go ahead and tackle that topic tonight, or so speak now? All right, I'm not seeing a lot of energy for it. So Lauren and Tara, appreciate your work on this. We will get to this before too long. Do we need to talk about the possibility of a consultant? Is that something you need guidance on tonight, or what's the next step on that idea?
I will look to Nuria for that.
I'm happy to weigh in, and frankly, I'm happy to have further conversation. There have been a variety of suggestions as we move forward that include much deeper conversations, like can we actually critically look at how many boards and commissions we have and what is their scope? We came across a report in Bloomington that actually did this very same thing, and it is an approach if you would have sort of an external or an outside conversation. So we pose it, happy to do that, but also happy to take the smaller items as we move forward, because not everything needs an approach. And so, Mayor, I'm happy to take that offline and talk one-on-one with council members and see if they, or if you all as a council body would like us to consider that, but that's certainly something we can do ourselves and perhaps recommend it.
Well, maybe I'll just take a straw poll on this one. You know, like, do people want to raise their hand if they think a consultant is the next step forward? I'm getting a maybe. I'm kind of a maybe. I'm seeing like 3 kind of maybes. So I'm not seeing a huge amount of energy for it, but not
That's
an
fine.
absolute no.
I will send you, yep, I'm sorry, Mayor. I will send you that report, but just know that we're ready to move forward with a study session on the topic anyway, because certainly these are things that we can do. But I think it might be useful and for you all to have that. I don't know if we had sent that to you all previously, but happy to share that.
Lauren and Matt, you want to weigh in?
yeah, I mean, I guess just to kind of what we had talked about with on the boards and commissions committee was that there were, that this could be a fair amount of work. And so given staff constraints and things like that, to take this to the next level, and to make some more major changes, it probably would involve a consultant as opposed to trying to do that internally, was sort of my understanding. So I think it's not just, do we want a consultant or not? It's like, what level of change are we interested in looking at?
Very good. Matt?
Lauren, I think at the end said my point is I think we need to decide what we want to do and what that scope is before we determine what our resources are to allocate that. So I think we need, there's a before B.
So Neri, maybe we can have some offline conversations to help shape direction there.
Absolutely, Mayor.
Okay, so Taylor, does that bring us to the close then of that item?
Just about. Emily, could we bring up the slides? There's a next step slide, hoping that we can get to second to last, I believe. Just wanted to let everyone know, coming out of this conversation, staff will begin implementing those proposals agreed upon by council, and perhaps bringing more things for you to weigh in on those conversations where we receive direction to draft ordinances or working agreements. And so we'll finally approve these later in the year. And then the council retreat committee, I know it just feels like yesterday we had our retreat, but it's almost upon us again. We will start meeting with those current representatives, council members Spear and Fulpert, in August to plan for the midterm check-in retreat, currently scheduled for January 13th. Just as a little context here, the midterm check-in retreat, which comes halfway through the council's 2-year term, is typically a 1-day retreat session instead of a 2-day retreat session. So it is, like I said, scheduled on January 13th. And with that, my portion is over if there are no other questions.
Great. Well, thanks so much on guiding us through that. Appreciate it, Taylor. And Alicia, I think this brings us to the end of our agenda. Is that right?
That is correct, sir. That was our last item.
Good. Any debrief tonight? I'll just say thanks everybody for hanging in there. It's been a good discussion. All right, seeing none, I will go ahead and gavel us closed at 10:40 p.m. Have a good night, everybody, and good to be on Thursdays.
Good night.